I will need to do some general tweaking to my audio settings. I think my mic might be too loud. But only one way to find out is by doing. Alright, good. I think... Yep, gotcha. I put my chat box on the wrong layer. Typical. Let's see, can I preview as full screen? I'm actually using my OBS window to play the game. I'm thinking there must be a better way of doing this, so I can see the chat at the same time. We'll see. Right. Let's see, let's... Any settings I need to change real quick. Nope. Oh, there is a 16:9 mode. Bugger. I'll leave it as is. I've played this game a bunch. I wonder, can I just jump into hard mode? I probably can. Like, I'm not gonna die until I get to any levels of actual aces. We'll go hard.
I was just a child when the stars fell from the skies. But I remember how they built a cannon to destroy them. And in turn how that cannon brought war upon us. War was an abstract idea, nothing more than a show on TV. As a child, I only saw it as something that happened in some faraway land. Until that final day of summer. One day while on my way to school, I looked up in the skies. A sound like distant thunder. In the blue skies far above me, contrails drew dizzying circles around in a crazy waltz. A battle in the beautiful skies far away. I could not tear my gaze away from them. A deafening roar. Sharp silhouettes appeared, as if to graze the hills and streak past me. The fighters played the cat or the mouse in turn as they climbed swiftly into the sky. One fleeing plane fell out of the skies, spiraling and spewing orange flames to crash by the Cape. The same Cape where my family lived. Now they only live in my memories of days past. The victor circled around to confirm the kill. And on his craft, there was a large number 13 emblazoned in yellow. I will never forget this. The Allies retreated across the ocean before the onslaught of the enemy. Our little town in the heart of the mainland fell into deep insulation.
Yeah, this game has an anti-war theme, in case the opening of the game doesn't make that clear.
4 years after the planetfall of the Ulysses 1994 XF-04 asteroids, Stonehenge, the Erusian weapon of mass destruction, was originally built to shoot down asteroids. Upon discovering its potential as an anti-aircraft weapon, the Erusians ruled the skies over the mainland. The ISAF's attempts to destroy Stonehenge through airstrikes failed. As a result, strategic positions on the mainland were lost. This in turn forced ISAF to evacuate from the east coast to North Point. ISAF GHQ is regrouping its remaining combat forces at North Point. However, the Erusians control most parts of the mainland, and they have forward-deployed bombers to Wrigley Air Base, a former ISAF facility. This bomber force will attempt to deal a lethal blow to the ISAF at North Point from this strategic position.
It's hilarious how shit ended up in this game, how this war started.
And your orders for deployment, effective immediately. Enemy agents destroyed our early morning radar network, allowing several air bombers to penetrate our airspace. In 13 minutes, we expect this bomber formation to strike Allen Ford Air Base and then move on to targets at North Point. Our air defense forces are extremely weak at this point in time. Hence, our GHQ is a sitting duck. It is mission critical that you destroy the bombers and neutralize the threat before they get past Newfield Island. Remember, you are the first line of defense for North Point, and the fate of ISAF lies in your hands.
Now keep in mind that on the world map it showed that the big circle is Stonehenge's effective range. That thing can shoot most of the continent. Like, they can't do transport runs in helicopters, they can't do airstrikes, they can't do anything in the sky because of the range of that thing. Like, it was designed to shoot asteroids out of the sky to defend against the asteroid strike of Ulysses. And the fact that, like, multiple countries decided they're going to buy in to the, you know, the Save the World gun. Turns out, because it was on Erusian soil, they go, how about we just keep the big gun? It's ours now. And just pushed everyone off their land. And have any other special weapons, so it's just going to be unguided bombs. So of course, because the Erusians have the super cannon, they decide just to start conquering everyone else. The soundtrack of this game is absolutely phenomenal. Like, the gameplay is mundane, but the actual music makes up for it. I think I need to move its distance 800 for missiles. Gotcha. Yeah, the starting craft, the F4E Phantom, it turns really, really badly. Granted, all the aircraft in this game turn really badly. Closing in distance. There we go.
Target is bombing the city. Mobius 1 shot down a bear. Where are the escort fighters? 3 targets remaining.
Okay, there's gonna be some... what are they? MiGs. E-mode only chat. Basically, you can only use emotes. The reason you'd stick it on is because of the whole rating thing that's happened. Like, I very much doubt that I would be a target. Like, I don't have any viewers or nothing, but I just wanted to make sure I knew what the option was and turned it on while I was not going to be about for a while.
One target remaining. Target destroyed. Mobius 1. 5,000 from first target. Line up. Open all bay doors. Good job, Mobius 1.
Where-
Skyline, this is Alan Fort. Got visual on the downed bombers. Whose kill was that? Make sure to thank him. That's a roundup. Let's go on home.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Twitch is doing really anything themselves. Yeah, you can actually see in the game environment big craters everywhere, which is the world building for these are the places that the shards of Ulysses fell and, you know, fucked up the planet a bit.
However, our victory will be meaningless should you fail the next
Because
mission.
once Ulysses fell, it took like half the world's population with it. Which is fucking mad. Like half the world died to the meteor strikes from Ulysses, and Stonehenge was really the only thing that worked to stop it. Like there was other projects that shut down the asteroid, but Stonehenge was the only one that was really used. Granted though, all of these super weapons built to destroy asteroids would never ever be super weapons for any other purposes.
The war seemed to unfold in the blink of an eye. I don't remember exactly when the forces from the west occupied my town. I was too busy scanning the skies day after day, waiting for Yellow 13 to reappear. Before I knew it, everything changed. The language they taught us at school. Our friendly local sheriff disappeared and was replaced by foreign MPs. In the beginning, some people secretly tuned into broadcasts from North Point on their parabolic antennas. But as time passed, the broadcast no longer came in. Maybe the satellites were destroyed. All non-military computer networks were shut down. Gasoline was rationed to civilians. Though we lived in the 21st century, we were reduced to using crystal radios and horse-drawn carts. I moved in with my uncle in town, who used to be a taxi driver. Out of gasoline and out of work, my uncle did nothing but to drown himself in drink. I earned my keep by playing the harmonica in the town bar, the one thing I was good at. I'd play for sullen occupation soldiers in exchange for their charity and loose change, and used the money to support my uncle and myself. My uncle trash-talked the barkeep who catered to the enemy soldiers, but he never refused the money I brought home. As for myself, I had a crush on the barkeep's only daughter, who was a little older than me. Another day passed, yet still no sign of the fighter plane Yellow 13 in the skies above our town.
If I recall correctly, this version of the game that came out in Europe actually had a censored scene. But for the most part, well, you know, it doesn't affect the story or anything. It's funny that how right a lot of this game was. Like, the game, the narrator isn't the character you play as. The narrator has nothing to do with Mobius 1, but it all comes together in a really good way.
The enemy-held Wrigley Air Base is located in close proximity to our front lines, making it the proverbial knife at our throat.
I think...
A large
well, yeah, it's the PAL version. It would be 50 Hz.
Their intentions are clear. A full-scale strike on our forces at North Point is imminent. Your mission is to
But,
catch
you
these
know,
bombers on
the
their way
narrator
to
talks
destroy
about how the radio stations were taken out, how computer networks were taken down. Like, if you're going to invade somewhere, the first places you hit is the, you know, you hit TV stations, you hit any form of media control. And the way that's told from the narrator's perspective, like just slowly watching the war unfold, even from the first cutscene of just a random dogfight they weren't expecting in his hometown, to, you know, the occupation and just things going bad. And it even paints the occupation soldiers in a good light, because, you know, they're people too. It's a really good game. And I really like the way that the story is told.
30 miles to Wrigley Air Base. Use the power lines to navigate north. The bombers should be clumped together on the ground. Take them all out.
The aiming air bombs is a little bit awkward.
Watch those AA guns.
Like, you more or less want to keep yourself level, use your rudder, and align your bomb shots. I'm holding 52 missiles and 8 unguided bombs. I'm going to save the unguided bombs to the targets. But I'm going to take out that substation with some missiles.
Fly along the power lines. Mobius 1 passing over substation. Bogey's closing in on Wrigley AB. Scramble at once. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is
Okay,
not a drill.
F5s.
Intercept immediately.
They're not going to be able to catch up to me. They're fucking slow.
You're clear to take off runway 5. Take off as soon as you enter
I want to hit that runway before they start getting off the ground. Recharge.
Enemy facility destroyed. All right, Mobius 1. This is Wrigley. We've been attacked. We're currently engaging the enemy. Get off my back.
Good ass bomb run.
Taking serious damage from enemy
Okay, there's an escort fighter on me. Got a missile on my back. It's gonna miss though. Taking light anti-air fire, not much. Yeah, it's gonna be hard in that.
Mobius 1, Fox 2.
I didn't lock on. I'm trying to fire unguided bombs and switch to it, but I didn't realise I was out. And 8 unguided bombs is not a lot. Granted, with a real aircraft would only have 2 of those bombs. Have to go back to refueling, but this is the Ace Combat universe where planes hold hundreds of missiles.
Mobius 1 destroyed the target. This is Wrigley. Our bombers are decimated. Repeat, all our bombers are destroyed. Sky Eye, this is Fighter Squadron. Mission complete. We're coming home.
If I took out some of those escort fighters, I could have got an A rank. But I'm not really too concerned with rank so much as just playing the game and having fun.
The attack was a success. A significant number of enemy bombers were eliminated, and a full-scale airstrike on North Point was averted.
One night, a spirited group made their way to the bar, chased out the sullen army grunts, and commandeered the place. Even I knew who they were. The patch on their sleeve was the mark of the proud Air Force. A loud-mouthed, middle-aged man went around, announcing each pilot's results for the day and his running kill record. For those who exceeded 5 kills, a thorough toasting and soaking.
Oh, if you let
followed.
the intro phrase come at 5 run, you're gonna
I
get
believe it was the
DMCA'd
custom to call
immediately.
an ace once he shot down
Oh
5
boy.
planes. After completing the day's review, the same guy, the squadron adjutant, went on to announce, "And now, for our leader's results." Everyone turned around to look at the quiet man who sat alone, strumming a guitar. I found myself drawn to the music from his guitar. Our Yellow 13 bagged 3 more today. bringing his new tally up to 64 kills. With a tentative smile, the man with the guitar turned to me and asked me to accompany him on my harmonica. I brought it up to my lips and I started a new song. I had finally found him. But by some fluke, it was my father's favorite song. The one he used to play at the end of each day.
And in case you didn't catch the significance of who Yellow 13 is, like obviously he's the ace pilot of the Yellow Squadron, but whenever the narrator's parents were killed in a crash of a plane, it was Yellow 13 who downed it. So he sort of holds them responsible for the parents'
The Allied
death.
forces are retreating, and survivors are gathering at the northern port of St. Arc. However, the radar facilities atop Mount Shesna provide tactical support to the enemy. As a result, our evac
And Stonehenge's effective range is massive. It really does cover the entire continent.
North Point, they will become a formidable force in future battles. Your mission is to destroy the radar facilities on Mount Shesna, thereby blinding the enemy
And yeah, like,
our true movements.
thankfully Puddle of Mud only plays during an opening. That, like if you skip the opening, you're not going to get the Puddle of Mud. But I think it might play during the credits as well. So as long as you just make sure not to let those play, you're probably not going to get the MSA claimed. Also, yeah, when the English finally figure out that Stonehenge isn't just a bunch of rocks, but it is a railgun network that can shoot down aircraft. Stonehenge isn't that far into the game it actually happens, funny enough. Like, it feels like something that would happen towards the end of the game, but it sort of hits near the halfway point. Like, this game is not long at all. Okay, so there's 2 radar points. Let's get rid of those escort fighters. It's only an F4, so they're gonna hit him on the nose, play chicken, shoot him missiles and just go over him. He's dead.
Radar base 1, red vector 310, 8 miles.
See him again, he's on the nose, he's gonna play chicken.
Radar lock. Engage hostile aircraft and keep them from the radar. I'm counting on you.
Let's lower the airspeed a bit, try and get some control over it. Nah, fuck it, let's just shoot it.
Target destroyed by Mobius 1.
Oh, he's on my fucking ass. Let's take him down.
Target destruction
Oh, had a slight ping there.
good. Radar lock.
Gonna lower my airspeed, let him try and get in front of me. Almost gotcha. No, your bones, mate. Let's get rid of this F-16. God, the turning circle on the F4 is not great. Got him. Get him on the back. That's him.
You're in gun range. Nice kill. Pickle, pickle.
Did those unguided bombs miss? And I thought I had them.
Those round objects are the radar. This.
Got some more escort fighters coming in.
Hard enemy radar spike.
What are they? They are
They're swarming.
F-16s. He's having trouble locking on though. His mate's right in front of me, so he's fucking dead. He's on my back, but he's not really getting the good tail on me. Let's climb. It's another F-16. Not really too much of a threat then.
Bandit secure.
No. Yeah, pretty much on his tail. All the escort fighters gone.
Fox 2, Fox 2. Alright, Mobius 1.
Looks like we've got another set of radar dishes, and it looks like there's a bunch of F-16s over there as well.
Mobius 1, passing over Krasinski crater.
And here's another place where Ulysses came down.
Bandit confirmed at Vector 240.
Like, it really did fuck up the world.
Hard enemy radar spike.
Hmm. This is still on me. Dodge it. Let's try and get some distance, come down on him.
Locked on. Right behind him. Mobius 1, Fox 2. Target is neutral.
Oh, there's an AA sat there, took a hit on me. Cheeky bugger.
It missed. The missile didn't hit.
It's only F5. Their turning's really, really bad.
Bullseye. Missile shot trashed.
Yeah, apparently that was a miss, even though, like, it was the Allied fire took him out, so it didn't really count for me, but let's take down that AA gun first.
Fox 2, Fox 2. Mobius 1 destroyed the target. Target destroyed by Mobius 1.
Just a bit of rudder, get over there. You know, I need to play a bit more Flight Sim, because I managed to get Microsoft Flight Sim. I managed to learn how
Target destroyed by Mobius 1.
one of the aircraft worked, and it was really cathartic to actually, you know, fly a plane.
Mission accomplished.
Because my HOTAS was actually able to play it quite well. I need to go back over the return line.
Radar facilities confirmed destroyed. All aircraft take Vector 1.
But you need to, there's a lot of buttons you need to use for Flight Sim.
Use the return line on the map to exit.
Because I remember trying to play it on the Xbox One X, and I had to actually plug in a keyboard
In the right direction.
to try and figure out how to get enough buttons.
Flight path.
And I couldn't even navigate half the menus in the game because I needed a mouse, so
Those of you who need to resupply or refuel
I need to look for a HOTAS that works a little bit better for the Xbox One.
and return to base.
But on PC I can use my Ace Combat 7 HOTAS, or even the one I'm using now, the Ace Combat 5 HOTAS. And thankfully the Ace Combat 5 PS2 one works for Ace Combat 4 and Ace Combat 0. So you get to play the Holy Trinity with an actual good HOTAS. the game's going to start shouting at me and coming in too fast, and you know what? They're right.
1 mile to touchdown. Slow down. Your speed's too high.
Oh, I know. Oh no, stalling, stalling. Far too slow, far too slow. I fucked this up! I fucked this up!
With their radar out of commission, the enemy's command and control is degraded. The evac and regrouping efforts are proceeding as scheduled.
See how we managed to take out their communications array up in the mountains. Was going to help her for their next push, which is blockade. What mission's blockade? What one's this?
We discovered the Erusians are transporting a large quantity of strategic supplies and rapid deployment troops into Comberth Harbor. Comberth appears to be the staging area for an attack on North Point. The Acre fleet stationed here seems to be the centerpiece of this strike.
Thankfully, Mal, there's not really too much like story in this one that requires any other games or anything that really leads from this. It's a sort of its own self-contained. We're fighting a war. Well, it's got this whole like. It's got a narrator who tells a completely different story than the one you're playing.
The transport aircraft have ECMs on board that emit powerful jamming signals.
I mean, honestly, the music is just chill to listen to regardless. If the music wasn't as good, I don't think I'd play this series. So we've got some... Got F-16 or F-5E? I mean, anything's better than F4 I'm flying, so let's get that F-16. Let's see if I can buy any sub-weapons for the F-16. That is a good thing to have hold of. But yeah, Ace Combat 7, it's a good time. The VR gameplay is completely different than the normal gameplay. And all the normal gameplay is just, they hit you with dynamic music that changes when you're doing stuff and just hit you with the good old Ace Combat formula. While the VR stuff's a bit dry. At least I personally find it to be.
Phobius 1, Sky Eye here. You should be getting visual on the transport soon. Destroy the E-767s hidden nearby to clear the jamming from our radar.
And unfortunately, Assault Horizon is like the weird one. I don't think it's a bad game, I just don't think it's Ace Combat. Let's take out that ECM craft. Because once I take that down, I'll be able to see on my radar what I'm doing. Yeah, Dogfight Mode is the problem with Assault Horizon. Let's see if I can get Eyeball and where are those. Yeah, Ace Combat 6. I find it's got a similar turning circle to this game. Like, it feels like some of the stuff flies really weirdly. The plot wasn't as, The plot was a bit weird. Like, it didn't feel like the older Ace Combats, but it still was a lot of fun. Some of the super weapon stuff in 6 was mental. Like, flying through the Igaion, I think is the name of the big carrier. And gotta dodge a missile. Oh, there's a lot of escort fighters I can't see because of the ECM. Like, I think the Igaion is like the Stonehenge in this, where it takes the spotlight, but isn't like the main thing you fight near the end. Ugh. They really made a mistake with the 5 remaster. Because it's like, hey, pre-order Ace Combat 7 or never ever get this. Which is a fucking shame, because, you know, a lot of people want to play Ace Combat 5. There are so many aircraft up in this dogpile. Okay, there's ECM craft. I'll make a beeline for it, try and get it down so I can get my radar back. Oh, okay, that's a mission. What about the rest of the craft? Oh well.
Good job. You shot down the enemy transport without any radar.
Yeah, some of the missions in 4 are kind of short, but then it hits you with, you know, it's the Invincible Fleet level. It's 15 minutes minimum.
The mission was a success. This Erusian air corridor has been effectively shut down.
Oh, light off. Yep. Here's your stuff starts getting crazy. I fucking love this mission. I love the fucking music in this mission. I love what happens in it. It's time to go.
Converse Harbor, home of the Acre Fleet, is completely dependent on a single petrochemical complex for its fuel supply. The complex consists of a land-based oil refinery storage facility and an offshore oil
Oh yeah,
drilling
this is the mission where reinforcements happens.
Your mission is to go out and destroy, or at least damage, these sites. Our objective is to reduce production output of this complex to 20% or less. By cutting off the port's fuel supply, we will delay and disrupt...
I also love how it's like, they're reliant on petroleum for their aircraft, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna bomb their fucking oil rigs. And that F-16 I grabbed, the AGM ground missiles are lock-on ones. These are really good for taking out ground targets without having to manually aim bombs.
Commence operation. Split into 2 groups and destroy targets. Inflict as much damage as possible to the complex and reduce the...
Yeah, this mission's like, you're gonna be against ground targets, and it's like, I'm sure.
We'll be seeing a welcoming party any minute now. There's an oil fence on the shoreline. Mobius 1, engage.
Yeah, these aircraft are... They're not exactly as bad as MiGs, but they rather as well be. Like, they're going to be maneuverable, but not really to the point where you can outdo an F-16. Let's leave them. Let's get the oil refineries. Let's do the objective.
Attack! Attack! Mobius 1, he's on you! Turn hard! Pursuing bandit. I'm going down. Take out the fighters first. Enemy facility destroyed. Mobius 1, box 2. We will fire at him. Are the oil reserves being hit?
Yeah, the draw distance isn't great. Granted, this was, like, sort of close to the start of the PS2's launch cycle. And I think a lot of the tricks they did for Ace Combat really stand out when you go back and look at them.
Box 2. Enemy facility destroyed.
I need to take up those escort fighters. They are gonna keep peppering me with missiles if I just left them.
Box 2. Box 2.
Give me the small radar. I want to see where the missiles are coming from.
Bandit at 12 o'clock. Radar lock. Mobius 1, box 2. Missile shot
Yeah.
trashed. Incoming SAM. They're in gun range. Mobius 1 hit. Engage and destroy all pop-up targets.
Like with enemy aircraft, you're gonna find that They'll give you a distance and they'll tell you there's something there, but the draw distance won't pop them in until you're really, really close. Because, you know, it's kind of hard to see an aircraft that's miles away in the sky. And they sort of play with that to help with their draw distance. Is there an AA battery on that fucking oil rig? Is that what I'm getting shot by? There's a SAM sight on the oil rig. No wonder I'm getting shot. Ah, fuck you, mate.
Sam destroyed.
Poor Sam. A lot of Sams are going to get killed in this game.
Enemy facility destroyed.
Erusia gets fucked up by this one pilot. It's like, could you stop bombing us for like 5 minutes, please? We lost the entire war because of one guy in one plane. Right, where's the SAM site? It's going to be a SAM site. I want to hit it first. Like, I think what we're doing right now is a war crime by, you know, destroying petroleum at sea.
Enemy facility destroyed.
Like, Mobius 1's a war criminal. At least we're not at the point of Belkin technology yet, where enemy... Well, there's Belkin technology in this mission, because whenever the yellows appear, you try and shoot them, all your missiles magically cannot hit. Even if cheat codes are firing hundreds of missiles, you can't shoot them.
Fox 2. Radar lock. Fox 2. Fox 2. Missile shot trashed. You're in gun range. Missile hit. Can't get close to the rig.
Fuck, I'll miss you again. Can you dodge that one? No, you are going to dodge it. You bugger.
It's no good.
Right, we're straight behind him. No way you can dodge that. Where is that? There it is.
Radar lock.
Oh, he turned the other way. I thought I was on the nose of him and he was going to fly over me.
We're taking heat from below. Fox 2. Fox 2. Enemy facility destroyed. Pursuing bandit. Still okay. Right beside you.
It's funny that, like, I actually find it funny in retrospect that Ace Combat 5 came out before 0. Because 0 gives context for everything that happens in 5.
I lost him. Bandit secured.
He's coming around. Let's go forward a bit. Now let's start turning.
Just a little more. Radar lock. Got plenty of ammo.
That's his back. He's dead. Oh, really?
Missile shot trashed. Thanks for the save. You're in gun range.
Damn, I'm a decent altitude where I can do these maneuvers. If I get closer to the sea and I start doing this shit, I'm gonna have a watery grave.
Fox 2. Fox 2. Enemy facility destroyed.
What if I did... Oh god, there's so much stuff in this level to destroy.
Mobius 1. Fox 2.
Which way am I facing? Let's... What's out here? Like, I'm gonna put myself out of missiles very shortly. But it's really good that Ace Combat 7 really was a sequel to like 4 different games all at once. Oh, time running low, that's intentional. This is one of the bombing run missions. The target was 2,000 points. I've killed 2,000 points of stuff. I actually need to run at the clock now. But yeah, sure, let's kill a tanker at sea. That's not going to cause an ecological disaster or anything. Like, we're dumping oil in the Gulf right now.
Enemy facility destroyed.
Oh yeah, it'll be grand. Nothing bad could ever possibly happen from blowing up about 10 oil rigs, 10 tankers, and, you know, associated supply lines. So that these have civilian uses, and the gasoline was already being rationed in residential places in Farbanti.
Enemy facility destroyed.
Yep. Like, Mobius 1 is a war criminal. Just straight up, he's a war criminal.
Mobius 1, oil rig destroyed. Switch to attacking the remaining facilities.
Like, there's points in Ace Combat 0 where the game calls out that you're bombing civilian facilities. And there's like a morale system. Not morale, but what's the term I'm looking for? Like, oh god, the word is escaping my feeble little brain. Alignment. There's an alignment system of mercenary, which is, you know, you sort of thread the needle between being a good guy and being a bastard. There is the knight, which is you refuse to down injured pilots and you refuse to bomb civilians. And then there's you're a sheer bastard, which is you'll bomb everything. And the game will do, and it'll spawn different levels and different aces through the kill depending on which route you take.
Neutralized. Mission complete.
Here they come.
Mobius 1, heavy group hot. Appears to be 5 targets in the group.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, mercenary is the hardest to do, to thread that line. It really is. To make sure you're not going one way or the other. Yeah, if I had enough missiles I would try and fight the yellows just to show what happens, but boy they... You know what, fuck it, let's go back.
Avoid engagements with the enemy. All aircraft, exit from the combat area. Was it Yellow Squadron guarding Stonehenge? Mobius 1, take Vector 180 and head south.
The game is like, please stop trying to fight them, they will kill you. I think I was gonna... Let's take a direct route south. Jesus, they're fast. It's hilarious though the way this game does end up. Not enough red text or warning oh god. Ace Combat 7 is... You go against the super stuff in it, it's like, missile alert, missile alert, missile alert. And your screen is filled with missiles. If I was back there with those guys, it would be the same. But I don't even have the missiles to entertain the notion of trying to go toe-to-toe with them. Like, I got one on my fucking back, chase me all the way down. If I slow down at all, it'll shoot me in the fucking arsehole. Like, the Yellow Squadron was far too late to the party to stop us from bombing the oil refineries. If they were here earlier, the course of the war would have been different. And Yellow Squadron are that good that they are influencing the course of the war from their end the same way we're influencing the course of the war from our end.
The enemy lost 5 million barrels of reserves. And
5 million barrels?
50,000 barrels of crude oil daily.
We dumped 5 million barrels of oil into the sea!
Threat. Unfortunately, our losses were high as well. We now rely on your skills more than ever to compensate for our losses.
A freeway under construction in a wheat field outside of town. When they started construction, I remember how the mayor bragged about it, even though it would completely bypass our town. The freeway became the occupation force's makeshift runway, and the unfinished tunnels their bunkers. This was their base. They were the elite flight squadron chosen to protect the cannon. Ironically, the same cannon that was created to shoot down the asteroids became a catalyst to the war. But when the Allied attacks no longer came, the squadron was assigned long-range missions that took them to distant battlefields. I thought of the words I would use to confront him and bided my time. Although I harbored these feelings within me, I could never get close to him. His wingman was always by his side. Despite having a gentle demeanor, I could tell that the wingman would never allow danger to get near Yellow 13, even on land. The pillar of their group, 13 exuded an air of invincibility. He always chose to fly a 5-plane formation. He was a man who prided himself not on his kill record, but on his record of never losing a squadron member. It's difficult for me to describe just how good Yellow 13's flying was, but I witnessed it once from the ground. The lead plane with the 5-plane formation should have turned the same arc with the same timing as the others. Yet only his plane drew sharp contrails. His heart felt compassion towards the weaker enemies he downed. Someday, if an equal appeared and challenged the limits of his skills in a fight, he would bear no resentment about being shot down. He said this himself. And so as time passed, I found the goodness of a home in their company. Leaving them was no longer an option for me now.
Oh, here's Invincible Fleet. Fuck my life.
We will launch a surprise attack on the Aegir fleet while it lies immobilized at Converth Harbor. This large-scale airstrike will be the largest and the most strategic operation since the transfer of HQ to North Point. You may need to resupply along the way because this operation will be long in duration.
Yeah, they're not joking, it's gonna be long.
That you complete the mission objective and return to base safely.
Oh, can I buy A10 already? For the ground missions. A10! Buy the flying gun! A10 gets to carry AGM, cluster bomb. The cluster bomb's going to be really, really good in other missions, but in this mission, the AGM is going to be better. The A10 is it's a big flying brick of a good gun. But, hey, we took out the oil for the ships. No, the ships can't go anywhere. Let's fucking bomb them.
Initiate attack. All aircraft clear to
Oh, wait, no. This game, the A-10's gun doesn't go down. It fires straight for some fucking reason. So he can't even do bombing runs that way. Get some free missiles since they're at the edge of the battle. Yeah, the A-10 is a really good, like, ground attacker, because, you know, it is the ground attacker of the 20th century. But, I remember Ace Combat Infinity, I would field this thing in every ground attack mission, and people would start rushing for oil refineries, and I was able to shoot them across the map with a fuel bomb before they even got there. Nah, let's get out of here. Oh, Jesus. If I get... I'm gonna play this mission as safe as humanly possible, because it's 15 minutes. I'm dying because I flew past an entire squadron of escorts without doing anything about them. Did I get repaired? I do, yeah. Let's go over them. Let's pay no attention to those escort fighters, because I can't fight them in a fucking A-10. It turns like a fucking bus. A penalty? I think it gives you a points penalty, but there's no real penalty for resupplying in this game in particular. You can't get S ranks in Ace Combat 5 if you resupply, I recall, but...
Surface target destroyed. That's a confirmed kill. Surface target destroyed. Shipyard facilities with vector 030, 4 miles. I got my hands full. I'll fly support. Out of ammo. I'm out to reorder. I'll take this one. Enemy facility destroyed.
Kind of hit him in the back for his time to turn. Just fucking full throttle. Full burn. Get distance 800. Nah, he's turning. Fuck! Let's get out of here. Can't be going straight, the missile's on me.
Destroyer TSE sunk. Box 2.
They're still on my fucking ass. Is that SAM site? Or must be a SAM site. There it is. Yeah, I know, right? It's like... I remember killing fucking... I've killed Yellow 13 in A10 before. Imagine explaining It's like, hey, the best pilot Aruja has known up to this point got shot down by a A-10 in a dogfight. Like, how fucked up is that?
Hard enemy radar spike.
Oh, you come on, leave me alone. Let me fly in peace.
Mobius 1, Fox 2. Submarine Beowulf Pi sunk. Don't let them get out to sea.
Like, right, this game doesn't warn you where you're going to end up in a big dogfight, though, so first time through, a lot of people did have to fight Yellow 13 in an A-10, because they brought an A-10 for the missions. Like, it's a ground attack mission. It's like, okay, I believe you. Oh no, why did we believe the game? Because my brother Ark was in the same situation where they were doing this game for the first time. It's like, it's a ground attack mission. It's like, okay, I brought the A-10. Oh no.
4-0. On the nose.
Nice kill.
It's in the way. Sink it. Enemy vessel sunk. Destroyer Taish sunk.
Babe, it's time for your missile alert.
Hang in there. Don't give up.
One bullet to blow up all those fuel tanks on their own. Oh, they don't chain explode in this game.
Still can't move. Our ships took heavy casualties. Don't get shut down with them. Enemy cruiser sunk.
Yeah, this game doesn't have a buy one get one free for war crimes. That's Ace Combat 0. That game has got more war crimes than any other in the series.
All able ships. Evacuate the harbor. AA guns destroyed. All able ships. Attack. Enemy facility destroyed. Enemy vessel sunk.
Well, that's an escort fighter that got that one. Where's that missile? There it is. The missile was the thing that fired on me.
The ships without ammo are useless. Mobius 1, Fox 2. Enemy vessel sunk. Slow speed reverse.
God, there's Ace Combat Infinity. There was a mission very similar to this where you destroy a lot of boats in the harbour,
Destroyed.
and the missile alerts in that mission took the piss. Your entire radar was just covered in missiles, and the game never stopped beeping. Yeah, it was Tokyo. Oh god, the missile alerts in there live with you.
Destroyed. Mobius 1, Fox 2. Enemy vessel sunk.
Like, a lot of people didn't like Infinity, but it funded Ace Combat 7, and it had some really good missions. Like, I wish that
Destroyed.
towards the end of the life cycle, the people behind Infinity just said, hey, we've toggled all the stuff to be single player, you can just play the game.
Mobius 1, Fox 2.
That would have been nice, but nah. It's funny, all of the wheels in that game, look at me, I got the supercraft! But the supercraft's only leveled up like 1 or 2 notches. So I was able to outfly those people in, you know, a Harrier. It's like, look, it's the Morgan, it's got laser beams, it's got tactical nuclear warheads. I'm like, I have a SAAM, and I can shoot you at 2,000 meters. Game.
Missile shot trashed.
Like, I legit got hate mail from people before. It's like, how you shooting me down? I'm in the best aircraft in the game, and you're in some shitty MiG, and I'm like, you do realise that, Ace Combat 7 has that problem to a degree, because 7 has, it has Dogfight Mode, but it's got a points-based system. So if you're playing as the best crafts in the game, they've got, like, ridiculous point values. And most sensible people set a points limit on their lobbies. But then it becomes about trying to find what weapons can you sneak in at what point values. Because the MiG in particular had SAAMs, which is like a really long range missile you can lock onto people and just radar lock them and oh no!
He's one hit.
It's the same kind of shit as 40k. So you'd bring, like, the Meg was one of the lowest points craft in the game. So you bring that, but because its gun was really good, you could let people dogfight in the middle of the map and you just snipe them from the corner of the arena with a really long range SAM, and people would be, you'd see them stop dogfighting and go, right, what just happened? And then they see 4 people chasing you with 20 seconds left on the clock, and you just lead them around in circles. As long as you can outmaneuver their missiles, you're grand. People flying. Oh, look at me! I'm flying in the best craft in the game. Oh god, yeah, the people in the XO2s. Poor souls think they're doing. Look at me! I'm in the really good aircraft. It's like, you're wide as shit. You're so wide.
Our ships are choking the harbor. Fox 2, Fox 2. Destroyer Hearn sunk. Enemy facility destroyed. SAM destroyed.
Like, I remember one of my favourite dogfights in 7. Someone was chasing me, and then I decided, what if I fly through the tunnel and see if he can chase me? And he tried! For love nor money, he tried to chase me through the tunnel.
Don't let your flying get sloppy. Cruiser Lazuli sunk.
Literally, the Meg can die about 3 times and still be worth the points of killing one, like, supercraft. It was literally free real estate to kill someone with one of those things.
Check 6. Enemy
And if you lock onto someone for SAM at long range, they can't outmaneuver it. It'll kill you. The counterplay is to not be in that position.
Cruiser Fenris sunk.
It's not like Ace Combat 6 and the QAMs that could shoot behind you. Like Ace Combat 7, there was an element of that, but they weren't nearly as effective.
We can't evade it. The missile's gonna hit. Enemy vehicle destroyed. The flagship Tanager made it out of the harbor. Right behind you. Hands up. Radar lock. Nice kill.
It's funny that this game, like, I feel no empathy for any of the shit Mobius 1 has to go through, but you see Yellow 13 and the kid and all that stuff, oh boy, they fucking had a tough life. And that's kind of the point of the game, is to show you both sides of the war, and, you know,
Destroyer sunk.
hey, Yellow 13 was
AA guns destroyed.
a ridiculously good pilot, but he was also a chill guy.
We're going to be wiped out.
I want to lock onto the... Sam, lock onto the... Okay, no, just gonna leave it there. What is this, Final Fantasy 14 tab targeting?
Evac everyone. Cruiser Kolga sunk. AA guns destroyed.
I have 2 minutes left.
Battle stations for anti-air combat.
Yeah. Like, this game in particular tries its best to hammer home the enemy are not bad guys. Like, the Erusian government and their principality and all, in charge of, you know, saying, hey, we're gonna invade everyone. Yeah, they're fucking crooked as shit. But the normal people on that side of the world, the actual soldiers, the pilots, you know, they're people. And as well, the first games I've seen really try and dig into that to such a degree. And in Ace Combat 5's plot is, it's Gundam Seed. And Ace Combat 7's plot. 7 does a lot. But it's kind of hard to talk about 7 without spoiling parts of the games that Mal hasn't played, so, you know, I'm not going to go there.
Go to the high-value targets first.
The callback 7 does, like, the callback mission for Ace Combat 4 they do in 7 had me fucking pumped. The second I saw the name of the mission, it's like, it's time to begin. Because 7 pulls in, like, the Igaion stuff from 6, it pulls in the stuff from 0, it pulls in stuff from 5 with Harling, it pulls in stuff from 4, and it just feels like such a love letter to every other game in the series. Apart from the PSP games, because no one cares about them. And it's really good whenever you are able to pull off that, like, it's a love letter to such a good degree, because then it's become such a beloved game just because of that.
Confirmed destroyed. Mission complete. All aircraft RTV.
Oh, I really, really like Skies of Deception, don't get me wrong.
The Erusian's so-called invincible fleet has been destroyed.
The Invincible Fleet has sunk. Good. Oh, the Fenrir was such a bastard to fight. It'd fly at you, and then it would be like, it's invisible, and just teleport behind you. It's like, uh-huh. I do like, though, that the closer the game gets to Ace Combat 3, the more synth and techno the music gets to reflect that. Because the the technology level of the series is reflected by the music. So every time something technologically advanced shows up, here comes the techno. Until you hit Ace Combat Freeland, where everything's fucking techno.
We cannot stop power production by interdicting their supply lines. This deep strike mission will not only cripple the Erusian's industrial output, but also divert attention.
Like, I'm really glad that the fan translation of Ace Combat 3 came out, because, you know, the English version of that game was butchered. Look at these big tunnels on the trenches in the ground. That's not ever going to be important or anything. Spoilers, it's incredibly important. What aircraft have I got open now? I can buy the F-14. Nothing I really care about. I could buy an F-16, but I'll save my money up for the Terminator. Like, it's fucking mad just how good the developers of the series are and their musical composers are to link together musical themes for even the technology level. It's like, hey, look, it's it's so subtle as well when you get the 7. Whenever they start, like, slowly changing the music, and you get the Skies of Deception, and then it slowly changes as well, and it's so good that the music is tailored to the point in the timeline you are, because they know where the timeline's going to go, because they've already made that point. It's down there. Now let's play chicken. He's flying towards me. That was far too late. Well, they're going fast enough, they're just going to be able to catch up on me. Seeing to him, he's... if he full burns, he can catch up, but he's not prepared.
Solar power generator plant. Vector 350. 12 miles.
Oh yeah, now we're destroying renewable energy plants, by the way, so you know. It's not a military facility we're killing.
Solar power generator plant. Vector 350. 4 miles. The glow up ahead is our target. The power plant.
Like, yeah, sure thing Erusia is conquering the planet, but... what about what you're doing there, Isaf?
Target destroyed by Mobius 1.
I took a big hit for being so cocky there.
Attention all aircraft. Incoming from Stonehenge. Confirmed on radar.
It's time.
Drop
It's
below
fucking
2,000
time.
feet and head south to exit combat area. 2,000 feet? What do they expect us to do? Go underground? Head toward the ravine and
And this is the point where we're within firing range of Stonehenge, and the game's like, you were winning, and we had this whole like patriotic anthem for you. And now it's gonna like, nah.
Another wave from Stonehenge detected. The walls are closing in. 10 seconds to impact. Are we close to base yet?
Yeah, would you go away?
4, 3, 2, 1. Impact. Halo 7 is engine staccato. Come on, Vapor 9.
Hey, look, it's those aircraft I flew past at the start of the mission. They're not going to be a problem. You're a helicopter, you're dead. You're flying coffins.
Why are you getting spit out? Close it up. Halo 2, descend to a low altitude. Oh no! Another wave from Stonehenge detected. 10 seconds to impact.
If I can make it over this ridge, that missile's no problem.
It'll be just outside this ravine. All aircraft prepare for impact. Exiting combat area. Maintain current course and altitude. Here they come. The 11 crashed. 10 seconds to impact. All aircraft prepare for impact. Stay down in the ravine.
Like, it's mental whenever you get to Ace Combat Infinity and you fight Stonehenge and it, and the visual effects of it bombing you. And it shoots you so fucking accurately as well. It's absolute madness, and that's how it's good.
But the combat losses
And then you fight Stonehenge, and then they bring in Igaions as air support for it, and then the Butterfly Master flies in and is like, I'm a raid boss, fuck you. And it's like, oh god, it's such a nightmare.
At some point, I realized my uncle, my would-be guardian, had vanished. Maybe the secret police dragged him off for some drunken comment he made. Maybe he chose to disappear. I didn't have anyone to turn to, so I found myself living as if I were a member of the Yellow Squadron. Everybody in town scorned the barkeep for doing business with the enemy. In reality, he and his family were members of the Resistance, gathering up intelligence information from enemy customers. His daughter protected me, but that was only because of my tender age. The barkeep and his family were the real heroes, while I, on the other hand, found a haven among the enemy.
Like, I was mentioned earlier, but the non-Japanese versions of this game actually got censored. And wait, Shattered Skies already? There's actually a scene where the barkeep's daughter has a shotgun, and the narrator has a knife, because of how fucking bad things get. And they took that scene out for the English versions of the game, which is understandable because, you know, you don't want to show children having weapons.
air battle is expected. We must win this battle to maintain our air superiority. We've only got one window of opportunity for this launch. Shoot down as many fighters as possible to preserve top cover over
The music here is top tier. Right, I am gonna need some good ass fucking air to air. Oh, which one has... I'm running it on an emulator since my disc tray, my PS2 is running a little bit iffy, so I just plugged a disc into the PC. But I'm still playing on the HOTAS, like the old Ace Combat 5 one. Got a hold of one of those a couple of years back. I meant to... I think I probably need to buy the F. Yeah, I probably gonna want to buy the F. What was I can get? It's yeah. What special weapons does it come with though? Because I really want to make sure I've got some good air-to-air for this mission. Which one has XAMs or QAMs? No, this is a decent multi-roller, grab it. Yeah, the interlacing is it took years for people to even get this game to run. Never mind fix all of the other issues that come with it. And even when I was testing on my capture card earlier, it wasn't running too well off the PlayStation because the interlacing was not playing ball. It's still clean enough though. Like it's not like it's unplayable or anything. Right, it's time for the good ass music. These guys back to me. But this is also one of the missions that got a redo for Ace Combat Infinity, and it was hella good because you know they reuse this music verbatim, like no rigs. I don't think it was a remix. I think it was just straight the same music because you can't improve upon perfection. All of the round table levels are all great. I can't remember whenever I played through Zero last time that I turned the difficulty way up in my first playthrough thinking I was hot shit. I got to a round table mission and I was ruined by the dogfighting. I can't shoot down the yellow. Yeah, no point even trying. Because I think they're still invincible in this level as well. Oh, break. Ah, you got me. God, the musical stingers in Zero are fucking great. Like the musical stinger for each individual squad. Like when the Spanish guitars are hit, you know you're fucked. Yeah, this furball's fucking mad. I think that might have got them. Yep. Who's locking onto me? I can't even tell. That's a yellow. Missile on me. You bastard. Did he turn 90 degrees in the air? Ooh. May well try and get away from the yellows, because they're probably the bigger threat locking onto me. Granted, I got hit by one of those MiGs earlier. Oh, no, it wasn't the MiG, it was the F-16. I'm so used to the Erusians only really flying MiGs in the 7 onwards. Like, the planes each faction fly doesn't really make any sense if you try and make a real-world comparison. Yeah, I was expecting that. I was too deep in that furball, getting locked on by everyone.
Attention all aircraft. This is Kamina Base. This rocket launch is critical. Maintain air superiority until launch is complete. Heads up. We're marching with yellows. Bandits secured.
I will try and get my dogfights to be further away from the yellows, just because they're enemy that can't be downed, so they're going to be a constant threat. Gotcha. Really? Fucking really? Nah, he's climbing, I'll miss. Nope, that one hit.
Attention all personnel. Complete final launch checks immediately.
I think this is like the first difficult mission in the game and probably the most difficult one, because things can just go wrong so quickly. I've got to stall if I keep air braking so much. Like that. Let's go the other way. We're on his rear, that should probably get him. They really reuse this music a lot for Infinity. I think it was like 4 different missions that used it, just because they're big dogfights and big dog piles. Or hog piles, whatever you call them. Right, that's his rear. God, I have nowhere near enough points. I should really start trying to hunt bigger targets. See if I can quagmire from the small ones. Where are you? Nah, 60 points, 60 points, 60 points. 150. You're a yellow, fuck you. Yellow, yellow. Well, they are flying MiGs here as well. Where's that coming from? It's due behind. And it's climbing, come back down on them. Yeah, I wonder where they are. Because the points is, like, I'm not getting a lot for killing these MiGs and such. I need to break off and look for the high value targets. What are you over there? Another 60 pointer. God, where are the high value targets? Where am I in the map? The map's so zoomed out because of what's going on, I can't even... I can barely even see the missile on my radar. It's so zoomed in. Right, let's turn around. Let's head for those stuff outside the main dog pile, because I've not seen any of the big targets in the dog pile. Let's try and break through the other side, see what's happening with the other units. What are you over there? Yeah, there's a good point. Give them a wider berth of turn. One more, all I need. You'll do. Fly on the nose of him, just take him out. Oh, you cheeky bugger. Yeah, I know the feeling friendly. Nah. Just fire if we just get anything done. Oh, we made it. Oh, maybe jumping in it. I mean, I can see him. Try checking your instruments.
Just concentrate on your duties. Target confirmed. Entering bombing pattern. 5 minutes to launch.
Da, da, da. Yeah, I know I'm on the edge of the arena. It's grand.
Locked on. Mobius 1, this is Sky Eye. You are about to exit combat area. Return immediately. Missile shot trashed.
Oh, Sky Eye, he's the OG. Like, he's so charismatic. It also really helps I actually like the voice actor and everything else he's in. I forget his name though. I used to know off the top of my head.
B2 shot down. Locked on.
Like, these B2s are big flying coffins. They can't dodge any of these missiles.
Shot down a target. 4 minutes to launch. Target hit.
Like, a lot of the radar chatter in 5, like, a lot of the main characters are quite good.
Locked on.
But as far as the AWACS chatter, 4 beats it out. All the escort fighters, they've realised in here.
Target is neutralized. All bombers confirmed shot down. Now sanitize the area of all enemy fighters.
Oh, you want me to shoot more? Come on, I'm running out of missiles. Yeah, whenever I was ripping the piss earlier saying that Ace Combat 5 felt like Gundam Seed, I wasn't joking.
Missile hit.
Because he really sort of, like, the plot lines were always kind of, like, this had the same sort of melodrama as a lot of animes of the time, and I think that's sort of to the benefit of the series more than anything else. Because the narrative in 4 is very focused on the, you know, the unnamed narrator talking about stuff that happens on the other side of the continent that's completely unrelated to what you're doing until it catches up. And then Zero's narrative is, you know, hey, we're going to be talking to we're going to interview these people who were shot down by this mysterious pilot. Which is a pretty good framing device to set up all of the different ideas they're going for. But the actual narrative wasn't nearly as strong as 4. Because I didn't really feel like there was a point to what they were saying. Apart from all the stuff with Solo Wing Pixie, it's like, hey, nations are a bad idea, maybe we shouldn't put borders everywhere. Like, it's funny a lot of people say that video games glorify war, and then you play games, they're like, hey, war's bad. And they don't just spell it out for it, they explicitly go out of their way to make sure you know how bad it is. And I think all of the narrator cutscenes in 4 really try and bring that home. And then, you know, the war crimes in 0 with the Belkans doing all the stuff the Belkans do, it's like, uh-huh. The amount of war that happens in Strangereal is completely messed up. They almost never have periods of peace. Nah, he's flying off center, I'm not going to catch him in the front. Flying straight on the nose of someone and shooting them in the face of missiles is actually an incredibly effective tactic. And most of the time the enemies don't fire back at you. When they do, you sort of just pull up. I hit someone else that missile, not the guy I shot at.
30 seconds to launch.
Yeah, I forget what mission is next. Like, I didn't think that this mission was this soon in the game.
8, 7, 6, start ignition. 3, 2, 1.
Like, I thought this was way later. I thought it was after. I thought this was like mission 16. Where's that rocket? I'll take a look at that.
All systems are in the green.
Yeah, there's a missile. Yeah, there's some missions in the game that are a bit of a snore fest. Like, Invincible Fleet is one that stands out in my head as being kind of dry. I think 10 is like close air support in the desert, and it's... oh. Like, the close air support mission in the desert is, for lack of a better term, well dry.
Preparations for providing our troops with vital tactical data is now complete.
So we get another communication satellite
It won't
up.
be long now. It won't be long till it begins. The barkeep's daughter confided to me. As a member of the resistance, she eagerly awaited the Allied counterattack on the mainland. What will happen to these people when the Allies come? I asked, to which she frowned. We'll run them out. This is our town. But I knew she didn't mean that from the bottom of her heart. 13 had captured her heart. I knew this from the way she shot jealous glances at his wingman. As other pilots rotated out of Yellow Squadron, Yellow 4, 13's wingman, always stuck by his side, even on land. The only female pilot in the squadron, she had Yellow 13's absolute trust as his wingman. Yellow 13 seemed oblivious to all this, and instead reviewed the promising enemy pilot's performance from yesterday's skirmish. He's so close. If he manages to stay alive for just a while longer, that pilot could be a worthy opponent. But when there were no such enemies to look forward to, 13's eyes were sad.
Yeah, I'm so close to buying my my SU-37 Terminator, and then we'll see who's good. That and the F-22 Raptor in this game are just the best craft. Oh, bunker shot. That's what this was. It was bunker shot.
The troops are regrouped and ready to reclaim lost territory from the Erusians in the amphibious Operation Bunker Shot. The plan requires our forces to follow an extremely narrow and vulnerable path from the landing site to the inland objective. This path allows the enemy to concentrate their fire and provides them with a distinct advantage. However, this route lies out of Stonehenge's effective range. Your mission is to reduce troop casualties at the beach landing sites.
Ah, right, yeah. I remember this mission. Oh, didn't mean to buy a weapon. Let's see what aircraft are available. Yeah, nothing really different open. Right, it's a ground attack mission. I'm flying the ground attack vehicle of choice, the A-10.
Headquarters, this is Lieutenant Bales, commander of Unit B at Crown Beach. We do not have air superiority over the beach. This isn't
I like the music of this mission, but it's another 10-minute mission. Yeah, some of the effects don't age as well. I mean, when you compare it to something like the way the lightning looks in Ace Combat 7, like, that shit's really, really good. And it's kind of hard to go back sometimes. But I find the games do hold up, like, even visually, for the most part. I don't want to waste my missiles on a MiG.
hostiles confirmed. Bandits in gun range.
Yeah, I know I'm in gun range, I'm trying to get him.
This is Unit S. We're on the beach.
Nah, I'll just use the missile.
Can't maintain course. Bandit at 10 o'clock.
Here come the trumpets.
I got him in my sights.
This sounds so similar to the Megalith theme, actually, when I think about it.
Crown Beach at Victor 3.
Oh, everything's popping into distance.
This is Unit T. We are on the beach.
Come on, lock on. There we go.
Positions enemy facility destroyed. SAM destroyed. Crown Beach is under trouble fire. Our equipment say we're unable.
If he can't turn fast enough, he's gonna die. You're dead.
Locked on. Fox 2.
Oh, there's a SAM site down there, so it's gonna get me.
This is Unit R. We're on the beach. Just a bit. AA guns destroyed. Enemy facility destroyed.
God, I really miss the A-10 having the downward arc for its machine gun to be properly implemented in the 5 onwards. In this, it's a really good close air support vehicle, but you can't fly over the target, you have to fly on the nose towards it.
Surface target destroyed. Enemy facility destroyed.
That SAM is far out. Dun, 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 dun,
Fox
dun.
2. Bandit confirmed at Vector 220. Enemy vehicle destroyed. Hale Beach at Vector 230.
I think so, yeah. Because there's also an Operation Bunker Shot in 5. Like an incredibly similar mission. Even the fact they come off the beach is similar. Like, it's a really cool set piece when you think about it. And they pull it off a lot better in later games than they do here, because there's also a mission in 6 where you do something very, very similar, where it's helping with a ground force invasion with close air support. Battery, pillbox. Okay, nothing's gonna fire at me. At least there's no objective in this, that if the... you know, the ground forces start losing, you lose the mission. That was stressful in ace mode in 5. Because some of them people just love to get shot. It's like playing at one bit in the zone and there's 2 where everyone's shouting to come save them, and it starts overlapping with how many people are shouting.
Surface target destroyed. Mobius 1, he's on your tail. Fox 2. Target hit. Tank destroyed. Visibility's bad. Don't mistake friendlies for hostiles. Fox 2.
Yeah, it makes sense they retired the A-10 from active service, because the low and slow kind of strikes just don't work anymore. Like someone with a Stinger missile on the ground is just going to take you out. You're basically a big flying target at that point. Like at the time they made the A-10, they prepared everything to be effective for World War III. But then technology got to the point where, you know, flying slowly at someone to go have a low air run means that you're going to get shot by any number of things. Now they're going more for we're going to fly Mach 2 through your country, drop a bomb down your chimney, and the aircraft will be gone by the time it hits the ground.
Mobius 1, you are cleared for...
At least that was the way it was explained to me by some really big aircraft airheads.
Bandit confirmed at vector 030.
Granted, they put far too much stock into American aircraft. Oh, he's flying on the nose. That might get him.
Surface target destroyed. AA guns destroyed.
I didn't need 2 missiles for
Enemy
that.
facility
That's grand.
destroyed. Bandit at 12 o'clock.
But it's nice it got a lot of the gameplay formula for the series sort of at this point. The hell is that? Hell is that? Is that Flare? They got a lot of the gameplay formula sorted early, but then for 5 they got the ideas of aces sorted, they got the idea of unlockables, and mission replayability really started to get better.
Tank destroyed. Fox 2.
Like the damage the A-10 does and its normal missiles means I can destroy things that would take 2 missiles otherwise, which is really handy in these long drawn out missions.
Fox 2.
I need to go back and play the PS4 version of VS Combat 5 more and actually get all the unlockables again. It does mean S-ranking everything, but, you know, I was going to do it at some point anyway.
Enemy vehicle destroyed. Tank destroyed.
That was close.
Destroyed.
But I'm not so much a fan of these long points-based missions. Like, there's not as many of these in Ace Combat 5 or 0. They seem to be used a lot in 4 as filler missions. Oh, hello. Dodged it. Good. Like, there's a bunch of them in 7, but the ones in 7, like, they're 15 minutes each, but I think there's only 3 of them in the game. Oh, but the one with the sandstorm, though. Oh, fuck, I just remember that. That's a nightmare to get S rank on. Yeah, I agree. S ranking stuff in 5, it feels like luck sometimes, depending on how far you, like, how quickly you do it. So you sort of have to come back with the best possible craft and cheese things. And S ranking in 7 is how quickly can you shoot things. Because I've S ranked all the missions in 7, apart from the second last. I just wasn't able to get the S rank on that. For speed alone. Speed is the only thing holding me back. Then again, though, the annoying thing with S ranking all of 0 is you have to go through each of the different routes, so you're pretty much guaranteed to be doing 3 playthroughs just to grab the extra missions. What's that? A-10s, huh? Who would ever bring an A-10 to this kind of mission? Oh, I'm slow. It's gonna take me a while to get to them. Come on. God, this thing's so slow. Like, theoretically, it should have 0 ability to dodge missiles because they're in A-10s. I say that as I completely bungle my shot by not waiting. Yeah, it's fine. That should get him. God, the medal in Ace Combat 0, you finished the whole game only with guns. Oh, I remember that shit. Sitting with a poor wee... oh, what craft is it that their missile slot is more guns? That took a while to do. Not because it was difficult, just because it was time consuming. Nah, it's gonna miss. Well, you got away from me quickly. I'm so far out that I might get him on the side here. Gotcha. Oh, one of them missed. Oh, there's the escort fighters on me. But yeah, I think I've got the expert marksman one because of the gun playthrough. But it took me a while. Where's that from? Behind. My altitude's getting a bit low, I can't do that maneuver, so I'll do this instead.
Box 2. Mobius 1 shot down a target.
Oh, I nearly slammed him there. Close as hell to him, too.
Radar lock. Missed.
Oh, dogfighting in an A10 is not fun. This is the turning speed is the problem. Because I'm behind him, like, he's fucked if I can... Let's just get the... A10, let's do the objective.
Radar lock.
Where are you turning that, mate?
I've got his tail. He's mine.
Not yet. Not yet. Gotcha.
Mobius 1 shot down a target. Good job, Mobius 1. Confirmed splash on all.
Thankfully, if you are going for any of the trophies or medals in this Combat 7 that need gun kills, you can just go down to a mode where you got infinite gun ammo.
Did you have some message for the pilots?
This is Sergeant Collins. I've taken over command of Unit B. Tell them thanks for the supporting fire.
Roger, this is headquarters. Mission complete.
A beachhead was established through fierce fighting at each of the landing sites. But this is only the first step towards regaining the mainland.
Yeah, this is the point of the war where things start to go a lot better for the Allies. Or is it anyone who's not the Erusian? And yeah, Tango Line. God, I should probably go get a drink now.
The Tango Line is a vital line of defense for the Erusian forces on the eastern mainland. Istis Fortress is a strategic foothold on that line. It utilizes unique terrain features that make it virtually impregnable. Support our troops by attacking and neutralizing the combat power of Istis Fortress. This will put you within range of Stonehenge. However, your skill should prove to be more than a match for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna very quickly get a drink just before I get this done because this is gonna be a 15-minute mission. Back in 1 minute. Right, let's get strapped in. God, this mission's... I don't remember there being too many aircraft in this mission. I could be completely wrong.
Sky Eye here. We're inside Stonehenge's engagement zone. Be careful, they may shoot.
Ah yes, they may shoot. Oh, it's this mission. Fuck my life, I remember it now.
To the mountains. Be calm and give it your best shot when the enemy arrives. Flush the fox out of its lair. Pull yourselves together. We need precise marksmanship from all players. Don't forget, wingman consideration.
Who else? Oh, he got the missile out before I shot him.
Scion Air Base at Vector 070. 4 miles. Mobius 1, engage. I can't believe they built an air base out here. I lost it. How many made it out of the air base up there? Enemy facility destroyed. I've lost contact with base. What's the status? Keep right. Control tower. Confirm the number of enemy aircraft. Box 2. Enemy facility destroyed. AA guns destroyed. Just a little more.
I don't think there's any music in the game that I would say I hate. Like, it's a little bit non-standard compared to the rest of the game, but I mean, it's all good music. I think people just don't like the association of the music and the actual mission. And not being really efficient of these bombing runs.
All right, I've got him cornered. Mobius 1, Box 2. SAM destroyed. Enemy facility destroyed.
Let's move on to the next one.
Mobius 1, deflect.
I think the bigger improvement the series made was if a mission is long, that there'll be multiple soundtracks, and they'll cut it up into like part 1, part 2, or part 3. So you don't really get bored of hearing the same particular track. Like 7 does it a lot better than the rest of the series, which is understandable because it's the newest one. You know, fuck those targets are in the little holes, because you have to sort of come down from above. Ain't no one got time for that. Well, I got 20 minutes. I have the time. This is where I can be
VTOL base
bothered with it.
Vector 350. 4 miles. Chopper shot down. Enemy facility destroyed. Don't let them catch you on the ground. Lead them to me. Cheek right.
There's going to be a bunch of SAMs on the way.
Attention, all aircraft. Incoming from Stonehenge confirmed.
Yeah!
30 seconds to estimated impact. All aircraft descend below 2,000 feet to terrain mask.
It'll be grand. That's a lot of low-value targets on the way.
Dive for the deck. A direct hit from one of those and you're toast.
Below 2,000 feet? What do they expect us to do? Fly through the mountains?
Veteran fighters tie up the enemy aircraft. Enemy vessel sunk. 10 seconds to impact. 8, 7,
I can't believe I missed a helicopter.
5. All aircraft hit the deck and prepare for impact.
Maintain aircraft control during the shockwave.
Box 2. Mobius 1, he's on your tail. Enemy vessel sunk.
You know, they probably could have made a lot more ground early on in the war if they realised that Stonehenge had a minimum feat requirement for its shots. I think that's something they learned only after a certain point for the sake of, you know, make a bit more sense as to why they're losing so badly. But the ability to shoot pretty much big-ass shots, take out anything in the air corridor, almost without any, you know, sign beforehand that was going to happen from such a distance. Like, if, you know, this is half a continent away. What a fucking ridiculous weapon.
SAM destroyed. Enemy
And
facility
because of that
destroyed.
one, like, asteroid-killing lifeline they had, an entire war broke out because they had just happened to be on Erusian soil. And I'm pretty sure if it was on anyone else's soil, they would have fucking laid claim to it as well. So I wonder at what point, like, they started to break out the war, because it might have been the case of people are asking for disarmament. It's like, now that the Ulysses disaster is over, we'll dismantle the gun. And they're probably like, no, let's not dismantle the gun is of strategic value, and then that's probably where the war broke out. Because I don't want to lay the blame for the war entirely on the Erusians, because I think that's a bit against the tone of the series.
Mobius 1, deflect. AA guns destroyed.
Watch your altitude.
Let's try and get those submarines in the pen. Oh, there's a loop point to the music. Clear as day, I heard it.
Box 2.
Yeah, there's the big targets. I want to get those. And they come in from this angle. Do a low run. There you go, got him. And they come in from the other side, do the same to the other. Like, the game doesn't actually... I don't think it mentions what the reason for the war breaking out was, apart from Stonehenge was being used as a weapon as mass destruction. That the question is, why was it being used as a weapon? Like, was there political interference to lay claim to it? Were the Erusians just pushing their luck because they had it? Like, you know, it didn't really say what the reasons were, which I think is interesting. We're halfway there. Mission's almost over, as in it's halfway done. I think when my brother was playing this game, this is the mission he was doing. He got most of the way through the mission and then he crashed. And he just didn't play the game for a month afterwards. Which is completely understandable.
Bandit at 6 o'clock. I see them.
Get those flak guns offline.
AA artillery destroyed. Enemy facility destroyed. Fox 2, Fox 2. Enemy vessel sunk. Enemy facility destroyed.
Oh, it's a weird place to shoot at. I'm getting shot by SAMs, but they can't see me too well. Gotta be careful maneuvering through this. There's the high point value. More fuel tanks.
Enemy facility destroyed. AA artillery destroyed. Damn, got him. Enemy facility destroyed.
There's one of those pesky SAMs. It's trying to lock onto me, but it can't. It shot the ground next to it.
Warning, incoming from Stonehenge. Ten seconds to impact. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and impact. Bandit confirmed at vector 080.
Radar's degraded. We could get a face full of rocks flying like this. Fox 2, Fox 2.
Come on, show me your back. Almost have you. Ah, there we go.
Radar lock.
There we go. That's his back. He should be dead. Oh no.
Missed.
Ah, he was at the side.
Missile hit. Mobius 1, Fox 2. Heads up, enemy radar spike. Evade Mobius 1.
I'm gonna fly for the resupply. In case there's a part 2 of the mission that I need to grab more missiles for. 'Cause I don't even remember if there's a part 2 of this. God, I hope there isn't a part 2 of it being 20 minutes.
Bandit confirmed at vector 130.
He's at my 6.
Enemy facility destroyed. Approaching point of return. Maintain current course to refuel.
Mobius 1. Mobius 1, you are cleared.
God, there's another 5 minutes left.
Bandit confirmed at vector 300.
Sanitize my 6 o'clock, Viper 11. Damn it, bandit on my tail.
Radar lock. Missed.
Oh, there's no submarine down there. Oh, it's a barracks.
Fly in a straight line. Enemy facility destroyed.
God, we're hitting everything. Like, tents, barracks, like, nothing's off the table for taking out. Like, does it really feel like much of a fortress they had here? It just feels like some random camps in their mountains. Like, granted, the submarine pen is going to be a big, juicy target. But we've already taken most of their naval capability down with the Aegis fleet. Also, this is a really fucked up place, this position a sub base. Like, the rivers here are so small.
Hard enemy radar spike. Still okay. Damn it, bandit on my tail. Hard enemy radar spike. Fox 2! Damn! Enemy facility destroyed. Bandit at 9 o'clock. He's at my 6. Locked on.
I just want this mission to be over. Like, honestly, I forgot this mission existed. Or ever I forgot how long it was.
Last one. I've got his tail. He's mine. Fox 2! Fox 2! Surface target destroyed. They've got the advantage, so stay focused.
Nope, that missed.
Stay cool when they close in. No wonder our attack was ineffective. It's a natural fortress. Mobius 1, Pickle. All enemy air bases are non-operational.
Well, yeah, no shit, they're non-operation. We bombed the hell out of them.
Don't lose sight of your wingman. Bandit confirmed at Vector 350.
That was a miss.
Warning, incoming from Stonehenge. Mobius 1, Pickle.
Only a minute left.
Vector 030. 10 seconds to impact. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and impact. Keep your eyes on the radar. Fox 2. Sam destroyed.
God, 5,000 points. That's a lot of killing. The Aegis fleet only needed 2,000 points to beat. Just gonna let this time out so I can be free of Tango Line.
Mission complete. All aircraft RTB.
Istis Fortress was destroyed. The troops broke through the Tango line and are now in control of Los Canas. A new field HQ was established in order to spearhead a deeper invasion into the mainland, as well as to attack Stonehenge.
Alright, I think it's more than halfway through the game, because I don't think there is 20 missions, I think there's just under 20. If I remember correctly. Oh, what mission? Is this the desert mission? Please don't tell me it's a desert mission. Oh, I'll cry.
Two civilian aircraft flying through the hills region northwest of Los Canas are under threat of attack by Erusian fighters. On board are the engineers responsible for Stonehenge, as well as their families. They are offering information in exchange for amnesty and permission to defect to an ISAF member state. One of the aircraft is flying at an extremely low altitude due to some unknown problem. Your mission is to protect both aircraft from enemy fighters. Make sure they exit the combat area safely.
I forget this mission was even a thing. So it probably can't be that bad if I don't remember it. If I don't remember it, it can't be that bad.
Air-Ixiom, this is Sky Eye. Please describe your situation.
Air-Ixiom Flight 702 here. Russian fighters are closing in on us at 23,000 feet. Please hurry.
Flight 701 here. We were shot on takeoff and our captain's injured. This is First Officer Nagase.
10-4.
First Officer Nagase, huh?
Maintain your course.
Interesting. Can't believe she's busy driving her, doing her races in Ridge Racer.
2 o'clock.
It's a big target. Just shoot it. You're sure to hit him.
Mobius 1, there's another bandit closing in on Flight 701 at 6,000 feet. Flight 701, can you raise altitude? This will assist the ISAF escort.
Negative. We cannot maintain cabin pressure if we climb.
We're losing too much fuel.
I'm Lieutenant Nagase. This is also Lieutenant Nagase. No relation. Just Ace Combat General.
Fighters engaging the Erusians.
Are we almost there?
It's not gonna hit that one. Never mind, I killed them both.
This is Flight 702. Several Erusian military aircraft are inbound and closing rapidly.
Mobius 1, hostiles at 23,000 feet. Don't let them get near those aircraft.
Maintain altitude.
12 o'clock.
Just keep flying and leave the Erusians to the ISAF fighter.
Fox 1, Fox 1, Fox 1. Target down.
That's your back.
This is Flight 702. The ISAF plane has the Erusians tied up. We just may make it.
Is that one of the good guys?
Locked on.
What was the name of the character from Ridge Racer? Because I know that there's a Nagase and Ridge Racer, and it's all just they like the name, or there was someone on their staff at one point who had the name, and they sort of threw in characters with the same name.
I repeat.
Very cool.
Civilians on board.
Gotcha.
Hold your fire.
Multiple aircraft confirmed at 6,000 feet. Flight 701, enemy aircraft are closing in, but you're almost out of Erusian airspace. Maintain current altitude and speed. The ISAF escort will cover you.
Roger. We'll do our best. Our lives are in your hands. Sky Eye, this is Flight 701. Scramble the pirates and snap what's back at base.
Why don't we fly so close to the action
just gonna climb up a bunch of altitude just so I don't crash into Mount Multurning.
Passengers see what's going on out there. Are you sure that's the right target? Talk to us. Yes, you're just doing your job.
Prepare for landing. Take the captain to the back. Wow, that ISAF plane is fighting solo.
Mobius 1, Fox 2. Target down. Mobius 1, Fox 2. Mobius 1 shot down a target.
Probably... Probably the one on the 5, since that's the one that's actually most important to actual, like,
Missile shot.
stuff that happens. Because the rest of them are kind of side characters, while Kane Agassi... Oh, sorry. The Kane Agassi from 5 happens to be a main character.
Radar lock. Missile shot trash.
You sure don't want to fly the Idolmaster Kane Agassi plane? Well, there's a big, like... What's the best description? Where they got the body pillow Nagasaki on the top of your plane.
Exited the combat area safely.
Oh, who thought that was a good idea?
Was a success.
Sky Eye, this is Flight 701. All passengers and crew are safe. Please thank the fighter.
All passengers and crew from both aircraft were examined by an ISAF medical officer and are in good health. Several states are coming forward with offers of amnesty to the defectors and their families.
It's hilarious whenever you had the King's Canyon bombing runs and you had like 4 Idolmaster B2s coming in, the raining pink death and everything. God, Infinity was weird for that. Because it was the easier way to get a B2.
To your base. This meant that an enemy who had to be fought by those means was close at hand. The resistance blew up the squadron's runway. Yellow 4 suffered light shrapnel wounds. Though the runway could be fixed, the complete loss of reserve supplies was a heavy blow. Logistics support became infrequent following the Allied operations. I knew this because Yellow Squadron's crew chief bellyached about this all the time to me. I won't complain if I buy the farm while I'm airborne, but I can't stand being taken out while I'm grounded. Now I understand 13's feelings. Reports of the Stonehenge air raid came in. Yellow 4 went up with the others. With no bombs, her plane was light. But her plane was in bad shape. It needed an engine replacement badly.
Oh yeah, Stonehenge Offensive. One of my favourite levels. It's up there with Stonehenge Defensive.
We will attack Stonehenge, the lethal weapon that has plagued ISAF for so long. Since it was designed to shoot down asteroids, a few small fighters flying unpredictable high-speed courses should be able to get within range. According to the defectors, its central ECM jamming system disrupts our radar and missile guidance systems. Unless this system is destroyed, our mission will be very difficult to execute. HQ predicts a 40% casualty rate for all deployed aircraft. It'll be a tough mission, but one we can't avoid. Now go and reclaim the skies over the mainland. Dismissed.
I think the most fever dreamish I felt Infinity was whenever the Butterfly Master started like doing her whole introduction, she's singing, she's coming down the drone circuit, and I see 3 separate aircraft go up, and out come lasers, and the Morgan's just taking everything down with lasers because, you know, her anti-missile thing doesn't affect that, and she just gets killed in like a second. And the music doesn't even have a chance to change to Revelation. I can think the first 2 notes of it plays, and then it just swaps back to everything else because she gets down so quickly.
Stonehenge is responsible for the loss of many aces. We're in need of new heroes. Be sure to make it back in one piece.
I'm gonna try something actually that I forgot to do since this is a new instance of the emulator. I forgot that I... Oh, that's why I have on software rendering mode, that I can't do anything extra. It's on like please run, don't crash mode, which makes sense. It's a Namco game.
Vector 350, 12 miles.
Here's our chance for a little payback. So that's Stonehenge.
Use your guns to destroy the jamming devices. Stonehenge at Vector 350, 4 miles.
Use your ordnance wisely.
Jamming facility destroyed. Radar is clear. Target hit.
Draw them in. Halo 9, engage.
Fire on the nose has got a higher chance of blowing her up.
6 targets remaining. Target hit.
Fuck you, SAM sites. They're more dangerous than Stonehenge is. Ah, building.
Don't be mesmerized by its size.
Oh, I already am mesmerised by the size. Sorry, mate. I'm easy like that. But the big gun.
AA guns destroyed. Mobius 1, he's on your tail. Mobius 1, box 2. Alright, Mobius 1. 4 remaining. Missed.
Can't believe something that big can move.
Oop. That's dropping my flight path ever so slightly.
2 targets remaining.
The fact that the resistance sabotage is probably what saved ISAF here, because Yellow Squadron couldn't get here. And it goes to show you like the role of active resistance and occupation is probably more effective than anything else. At least one behind. Like, Yellow Squadron arrived, but they're far too late thanks to the sabotage that took place. And I think I'm only allowed to down one of them.
You're telling me only 5 of them are stiff-arming us? I'm not going down that easily.
Well, there's my one allotment. Yeah, the 20th anniversary for this game in particular just passed on the... I think it was a couple days ago. And I thought, you know what? I love this game enough that I want to play it for the anniversary.
Mobius 1, the other aircraft are withdrawing.
And they
It's a
also...
confirmed kill on a yellow. It's a complete victory for the good guys.
Banner put out some artwork for the here's a free phone background for the celebrate anniversary, which is the artwork that I edited to add as part of the overlay. The one that's got Yellow, the narrator, and Yellow 4.
And hope this victory will bring about a quick end to the war.
It also may be my phone background now. That's because I didn't have one beforehand.
Though he lost 4, 13 never openly showed his sorrow. But I found out. He was alone, quietly gazing at the handkerchief Yellow 4 left behind. When he felt my eyes upon him, he said, "No matter what, she can't complain. She went up with her plane in disrepair. Pilots are responsible for their planes." He then went on and spoke of the time when they first met. He spoke of when she was just a girl, before he trained her, before she became a fighter pilot. His words weren't directed at me in particular. He was keeping a precious memory alive by speaking those words. The hint of perfume on her keepsake handkerchief. Yellow Squadron's pilot turnover ran high. The skilled ones went in to shore up other units while rookies with little airtime transferred in. Yellow 13 posted an Allied paper faxed over by headquarters. It praised the pilot who destroyed Stonehenge. 13 said to everyone, "Look, here's something worthy of praise. Even among the enemy there are men like this. Not all of them are despicable bastards who rob our wings through cowardly sabotage." I stared at the barkeep's daughter as she winced at those words. The Allies were coming to our town.
And herein lies part of the big problem that the Erusians had was Yellow Squadron, one of their best squadrons, if not their best at this point, is just churning out as good pilots to other squadrons, and then rotating rookies in to the point where it's own, it's going to be not as effective now because of that. After they already lost aerial superiority thanks to Stonehenge getting screwed, so they're kind of not in a good position.
At this rate, a crash is very likely. Destroy as many jammers in the valley as possible and get that recon plane safely home. Radar won't work, so you'll need to find the airships visually and destroy them with your machine guns.
And now we're past the turning point of the war. The music has now changed in the briefing and the title screen. F2A, that's not the ones I like as much. F15E. The F2As is a decent all-rounder, and I've got enough money just to buy something different. What armament can it bring? It can bring... I don't like the rocket launcher. The long-range air-surface missiles are usually great in the missions where you bring them. I'll hold off on that for now, though. No, I know I'll go with unguided. I'll bring them anyway. And I'm going to be face of too many air targets, if I recall this mission correctly.
Here's an airship jamming device. There are others as well. Destroy them all.
I have no recollection of this mission, actually.
This is Leopard flying north of Nome Ravine.
This music sounds very familiar to some other jamming based missions in 5, though.
Course and we'll get you home safe.
Like, you can hear the slight twinge of the music. I'm flying far too fast to shoot these things in reaction. If I can see them, that'd be nice. I love in the more chill missions, the music is just really chill. Like, they really nailed the soundtrack of this game. Ah, there's one that flew past. This is a really weird way to deploy ECMs. I suppose the blimps wouldn't show up on radar very easily anyway. And then you put ECM on them, it just makes them harder to find. Granted, I can't claim to know how actual modern radar works. I think it's just trying to key on radio signals more than anything else, as opposed to anything like sonar where it's based off sound.
Currently 18 miles and closing.
It's hilarious how much like military stuff relies on radio waves, microwaves, etc. Anything to transmit information wirelessly, and how easy it is to disrupt that. Like, even whenever you look at IT pen testing jobs, a lot of what they test sometimes is, can you disrupt their wireless signal just with noise? Can you shout louder than their devices? Because I've seen in some pen testing environments where, you know, certain key systems are connecting wirelessly. If they can just shut down the system by screaming at the router loud enough that it can't broadcast. Like, you're not accessing the router, you're just not letting it do its job. Which I think is fascinating. That, you know, some of these disruption devices are heavily illegal though. I think one of the only uses that they sort of get in a legal sense would be something like pen testing, where you're just testing security as opposed to trying to actively break it, where, you know, that's hell illegal. Like, even phone jamming stuff is apparently not that hard to do. It's just that if you get caught with one, you're pretty much boned.
Radar noise interference. but should be able to get through soon.
I really gotta wait another 2 minutes, huh? I flew past another one down there, that's the round to get. Yeah, gotta do the whole 3 minutes. That's fair. It's not a long mission. It's just kinda dry. They say that the interference was stopping the recon craft from coming back. Is it unmanned? Because a manned aircraft could just, like, for lack of a better term, go forward past the ridge. Because I can't imagine that a manned craft would have any issue flying through this, only if it's unmanned. I don't think at the time this game was made, though, that unmanned drones were kind of an idea. I don't think technology had gotten that far just yet. Then again, though, my knowledge of military stuff is not as good as it would have been years ago whenever I was actually interested in it. At this point we're just waiting for the mission to end and just killing any we find on the way just for extra money. Just to help buy the Terminator and the F-22. Because those aircraft are a hella broke in this game. Like, the F-22 is just good in every Ace Combat game. Because I remember doing dogfights in Ace Combat 7, and if people weren't in the supercraft, they were going to be an F-22. Oh, it's the fog, that's why... It's not that bad. What the hell are they flying that they can't make their way through? Is that blue blip on the radar the reconnaissance craft? What is that they're flying? Oh, CJ, I was actually happy to see F-22s. They were easy targets for easy money. Thinking they're hot shit, thinking they could dodge anything, meanwhile hit them with the SAMs from a MiG. I'm worth no points, but hell, I'd be killing them. I should have grabbed something with air-to-air capabilities. I wasn't expecting a follow-up.
Hard enemy radar spike. Fox 2, radar lock. Missed.
Nice turn as well.
Missile, break.
Yeah, I hear you. Nah, it's not his rear. Yeah. Ooh. I stalled at the wrong time.
Hard enemy radar spike. Radar lock. Mobius 1 destroyed the target. Fox 2, missile.
Might get him, probably not. Nope, got lucky. I just have to throw enough shit and hope it hits the wall. When you're outnumbered like this, every one of them you take down just helps even the odds. Especially playing in hard mode like I am. If I was playing Ace, I'd probably be dead by now. Because I already took a missile. Got him.
Mobius 1, recon aircraft is secure. Mission is complete.
Leopard here, thanks for the escort, fighter.
Yeah, I used to fly the
Leave this reconnaissance mission
Mihali's aircraft a lot in multiplayer of his actual livery. I forget which craft it was he flew. It was an SU...
Recon plane brought back data on Megalith.
What one
This
was
is the
it?
super weapon designed by the Erusians to replace Stonehenge.
It was one of the SU series, but I forget which one exactly it was.
The conclusion that victory hinges on ending this war before Megalith is deployed.
I think it was the 30, yeah. 30 or 32. Now I'm curious. I'll look it up at some point. Because I was waiting for a model kit of that particular craft to come out to basically build the craft and paint it in his livery. Turns out that it's released a model kit of his supercraft, so I just bought it instead.
With Stonehenge out of commission, the landing operations are underway in the northern part of the mainland. In response, the Erusians have launched large numbers of cruise missiles against the ISAF landing forces. Our radar is unable to pick up these missiles that fly at ultra-low altitudes. Failure to destroy these missiles will put our troops in danger. Your mission is to shoot and destroy each and every cruise missile.
30 SM, okay. Yeah, gonna be just 1 second, just need to check something real quick. The postman has left off a letter to tell me that someone who tried to send us something didn't pay their postage. Nice. Now we gotta pay the postage on their behalf. I love when that happens, wherever you get stuff like that. It's like, hey, you ordered something, but the person who sent it didn't pay for the postage, so you gotta pay for it. And instead of bringing you the item and getting you to pay at the door, you gotta send them the money for it to come late. Oh, the classic. It's cruise missiles, I think this was. Yeah, shoot down the cruise missiles.
Target is closing in on the landing site. Mobius 1, engage.
It's meant to have so much unique music for different levels in this game, and they don't reuse a lot of it.
More missiles on radar. Shoot them all down. Mobius 1 destroyed the target.
What's that red speck in the radar? I remember a bunch of missions in Ace Combat 5 where they're shooting missiles and stuff at you, and your primary objective is to shoot the missiles, but you can actually go and shoot the thing that's shooting the missiles, and it's a secret objective. And there's different voice lines and stuff, and I thought that was so cool whenever I first played the games. Yeah, who are you? What altitude are you? Sort of just going up and down altitudes, trying to pinpoint where they are. Oh, they're hella above. The hell are you? It might be difficult to catch up to the cruise missiles, but I don't see what the hell this guy is. Yeah, I think it's hilarious whenever I used to see people posting on forums and stuff way, way years ago. Whenever these games came out practically new, people were saying, oh, you know, it must be so easy to fly aircraft. I mean, there's not really much you gotta do. People not paying attention to, you know, the fact G-forces exist. Because, you know, you pull some of these turns and, you know, it's a challenge to stay conscious. Like, people have to go through rigorous flight training and training as a whole for G-forces for a reason. Some people think it's nothing.
The target split into two. Target down. 40 miles and closing.
That didn't hit the overgrip. Oh god, they're speeding up.
30 miles and closing.
Yeah, pretty much, CJ. I mean, imagine you send someone out in a $15 million jet and they don't know what they're doing. It's like someone that let someone drive a limo on their first day. Like, jets are not cheap. I remember whenever I was young, there was a surprise visit by the Air Force to our school where they landed a transport helicopter in our playground. They're like, look guys, join the military, it's really cool. And I remember asking one of the pilots, is like, how much does this thing cost you anyway? He's like, about 30 million. Pass me, pass me.
Well done.
I try to remember what kind of aircraft it was that landed.
Mobius 1, another aircraft has been sighted. That's strange. There's only one. The cruise missile is heading south along the glacier. Looks like a regular warhead, but keep your distance.
If I remember correctly, it had 2 rotors. I need to go back and find the newspaper articles for whenever it happened to see just visually what kind of craft it was. Because it was definitely a transport craft, but by God, there was no room inside. In fact, there's more room in a Mini. If I fly on the nose of this missile and it blows up coming towards me, it'll probably kill me. I'd probably have to let it pass me and loop around the back from it. Like, the music's so chill, but it still builds tension, and it feels like it has this underlying time's running out tone to it. But it's not overly exciting, it's just building tension. It's such a good soundtrack.
60 miles and closing.
Nice to be seeing that missile soon. Oh yeah, it's gonna pass me, no problem. What way is that thing flying? Yo, why is the missile flying like a plane and dodging me? Ah, here comes the Belkin technology. Can't believe the cruise missile's better at dodging me than helicopters are.
Warning, inbound missile.
God, what a bastard. Yeah, I know there's missiles on me. I could probably tank them just to make sure I don't have to go off course for this missile. Like, the missile's actually fucking... Well, yes, I know this. I'm chasing the missile. Oh, I didn't lock on it. I'm rushing too much. That should be it. You're such a little fucker. Come on, leave me alone. I don't have to turn back and shoot them because I'm running out of time.
Good job, Mobius 1.
That was closer than it. That was far closer than it looked.
What an explosion. Mission complete. The landing forces saw from below, and they extend their thanks.
Good job. There was no unnecessary loss of landing troops, and the northern coast is now secure.
As the Allies advanced, the retreating Erusian forces from the east filled our town. The AA gun crew set up their positions atop the hospital, and Yellow 13 smoldered with quiet anger over their tactics. Nights were long, with the town's mandatory blackouts. The barkeep's daughter tried to plant laser transmitters for detonating explosives. She got caught. It was Yellow 13. He knew she was responsible for planting the bomb on their runway as well. The face of the enemy whom he hated belonged to someone close to him. "Get out of our town, you fascist pig." Those were the words from my mouth. I've never seen his face twist so painfully. "Do you hate us that much?" We couldn't shake or nod our heads in reply. It seemed like an eternity passed before he said go and released us. The next day, there was no change in his attitude. As usual, he made his requests to the squadron crew chief. The poor fuel quality is affecting thrust. As soon as the Allied forces drew near, the resistance would end the blackouts over the city.
As I was saying earlier, I really empathise with Yellow 13 and everyone on that side of the war. Because imagine putting yourself in his position where he's there in the occupied town, he's looking after some children, treats them like family, and then they come out with something like that, and they're responsible for getting Yellow 4 killed. Absolutely fucking gut-wrenching shit.
The heaviest resistance will come from the tank battalion near Route 7 in Old Town, and the anti-tank helicopters near the New City Government Complex. In addition, you must defend our allies from any airstrikes that may originate from the airport behind you. The resistance fighters will end the blackout over the city, suppress all enemy resistance, and help liberate the city.
And I think we've caught up to the city, wherever the area in which the narrators lives. Let me think. Honestly, I think bringing the XMAAs is probably the best thing I can do, because they're just really good at taking out air-to-air. Everything else, grand. Like ground targets, easy enough to take out. Helicopters, SAMs, all easy enough.
The resistance just ended the blackout. Commence operations. Sweep out all enemy forces in Old Town, New City, and the airport. Government complex at Victor 320. On the nose.
It is probably my favourite mission in the game.
Clear to engage. Bandit confirmed as Victor 320. Mobius 1, engage.
Just because it brings in all of the stuff happening from the narrator.
Various explosions and reports from the fighters can be heard. Come on at once.
Tank destroyed.
It is now 12:05 a.m. Future Central Mean Time.
Oh, there's a yellow. Can't take him down.
Taken out despite the hour. Bravo 12, proceeding to East Park.
Enemy vehicle destroyed.
We apologize for the momentary disruption of this live broadcast.
It's no good. Fox 2, Fox 2. Sam destroyed.
Bravo 8 here. Have our aircraft neutralize those choppers, HQ. Someone delouse my 6 o'clock. He's coming this way. Don't be predictable and heading your altitude when they close in.
Enemy vehicle destroyed. Bandit confirmed at Vector 060.
He's still globbed on.
Got those launchers taken care of. Let's look back to the city. That's Kasaka.
Fox 2, Fox
The military model. I don't think the Kasaka's very heavily armed helicopters. Mostly used as a military transport. So whenever I shoot a Kasaka, I'm practically shooting people out of the fucking area.
Sam Salvation again. Understood. Mobius 1, get out of there! Pull up. There, over there. Fox 2.
Like, this city's fucked by the war. There's fucking fire everywhere. There's news reports. Everything's getting censored. It's just a nightmare to be on the ground. And it's hard to tell, that's what they're going for from the air, but, if you listen, just the chaos happening on radio comms, just all the shit going on. And I think the main thing that sets the tone is just the music.
Vector 020, 4 miles. Enemy vehicle destroyed.
Yeah, there's a bunch of transport transport planes. Those are going to be high value targets.
Box 2.
There's the airport that is pretty much one of our primary targets.
Enemy facility destroyed. Surface target destroyed.
And the biggest problem that the Erusians have of relying on Yellow Squadron for their defense so much is it's only one squadron. It can only be in one place at one time. Granted, the same can be said of Mobius' squadron. Because, well, it's pulling heavy weight on our side. It's one of the main reasons we actually won this war. Here comes the ribbon stuff.
Bandit at 6 o'clock.
Where the game starts, like, starting to tell you, they're starting to recognize you for your feats.
Enemy facility destroyed.
Because in the same way Yellow Squadron's revered and feared by the enemy, where we've got to the point in the game where now they feel the same way about us because we've seen it so many times in the battlefield.
Surface target destroyed. Enemy facility.
I'm a dumbass, I didn't pull up quickly enough. Well, let's bring a ground attack. Miracle. Let's see, let's buy... Yeah, I know what you mean, CJ. I mean, there's so much build up to it, where people slowly start to recognize you, and it feels earned by the time it happens, because usually when it does happen, you've done some fucked up shit.
Mobius 1, Sky Eye here. The Resistance just ended the blackout. Commence operations. Sweep out all enemy forces in Old Town, New City, and the airport. Government complex. Vector 320. On the nose. Clear to engage.
That's only a single tank. Let's get the clustered targets.
Engage.
Well, let's get the SAM just to make my life easier.
SAM destroyed.
Getting shot from the right, so let's look Brown and dodge it.
Enemy vehicle destroyed. Fox 2, Fox 2. AA guns destroyed. Hard enemy radar spike. Chopper shot down.
Let's hit the airport. It's going to be the highest value stuff on the board.
Hard enemy radar spike.
And I don't want those C-17s taken off or something on me.
Mobius 1, bandit behind you. I'll get him on. Mobius 1, get out of there. Call him in. Bandit at 6 o'clock. Shake him off. He's at my 6. San Profeta Airport at Vector 020.
Let's get the main target. The SAM's not going to be too much of a problem. It immediately starts locking on to me. I did it again. I'm a dumbass. I did it again.
Mobius 1, Sky Eye here. The Resistance just ended the blackout. Commence operations.
And yet, like we destroyed Stonehenge single-handedly. Like, sure, there was a squadron there. I mean, they were destroyed by the first blast of Stonehenge, so we took the entire credit for the operation. We destroyed the Aegis fleet, practically solo. Like the shit that Mobius does. Like, I don't even think the Razgri squadron pulls as many fucking stunts as Mobius does when you put it all together. Well, granted, Razgri's destroyed the subs. Like the Scrimfaxi and the Rimfaxi. Like, that's their fucking call to fame.
080. On the nose.
It is now 12:05 a.m. Use your central mean time.
No, it's a building, no, mate. That might get that
Mobius
time.
1, engage. Tank destroyed.
We apologize for the momentary disruption of this live broadcast. Visually confirm your targets.
Tank destroyed.
I like how in later games, whenever you're using unguided bombs, they show you the AoE. Because I'm trying very hard to guess what the radius of this cluster bomb is. Those SAM sites are going to be messing with me a lot.
Enemy aircraft on the nose. Tank destroyed. AA guns destroyed. SAM destroyed.
Because honestly, the gameplay of the series remains mostly the same. It's just minor quality of life stuff. That and the ability to use flares to dodge missiles.
Enemy vehicle destroyed. I'm in position. Engage. Hard enemy radar spike.
Mobius 1, bandit behind you. Damn, incoming missile. Enemy tanks destroyed. Sanitize my 6 o'clock, Viper 11.
I can't believe I crash into buildings twice though. That's hilarious. I should really go for that airport, actually. Get the points early. And hopefully this time not crash into the airport full speed.
San Profeta Airport. Hit vector 340. 8 miles. Missile. Rake. Rake. Flight 9 here. Alright, go to the next target.
Okay, that should...
Visible here in the dark are the tracers, engine flames, and explosions. From the lights and the noise, I estimate there are quite a number of them. Penetrate the enemy defenses and make your way through here to fortify our troops. I can't lose him. Mobius 1, he's on you. Turn hard.
Surface target destroyed. AA guns destroyed.
Alright, here we go.
You know, the A-10 gets some pretty fucked up weapons in later games. They're dropping fuel air bombs on people. Like, really fuel fucking air bombs?
Enemy facility destroyed. Mobius 1 hit.
I nearly did it again. The airport's cursed. You know, I've seen people say a lot of good stuff about DCS. Though granted, yes, it is realistic, a realistic flight sim military base though, but at some point, like, it's not the flying of jets and cool jets and all that really pulls people to stuff like Ace Combat. It's the good music, the melodrama, and just the feel of it. Because the gameplay is utterly mundane, but the actual everything else just elevates it to be far more than it actually is. That building's gonna stop my fire. There.
Tank destroyed.
I can't see where I am on the map, it's zoomed out so much. There I am.
Check 6. Tango 2, pulling back 650 feet. Radar lock. Target hit. Hard enemy radar spike.
There we go.
Bandit shot down.
God, those yellows really are wanting my blood.
Locked on.
The A10 with a yellow ribbon, sorry, with a ribbon,
Trashed.
just
You're in gun
killing
range.
their aces. It's like no wonder that in this playthrough,
Break. Missile.
Mobius is so well known. It's an A10 pilot taking people out in dogfights,
Hard enemy radar.
and sometimes with the goddamn gun. Imagine hearing the brrrr and just seeing one of your friendly craft just get shot in the air with that. That's traumatizing. I remember seeing word though from people who have done military service to some degree,
Approaching point.
saying that their favourite sound was hearing an A10's gun come off and knowing it was a friendly.
Mobius 1, you are cleared for takeoff.
What targets are they over there? I think those are air targets, like the yellows and all. I need to start racking up some points for the last 3 minutes.
Bandit confirmed at vector 350.
There they are. What's an SU-35? They're going to be somewhat maneuverable.
Mobius 1, get out of there! Hard enemy radar spike. Tango 3 here. We're fighting on Route 7 near the arch. Hard enemy radar spike.
Come on, fly straight towards me. Play chicken, you'll lose. Oh, don't turn around. Guess I gotta go after those ground targets. Like, yeah. Like, stuff that happens in the background, you got people shooting their own friendlies just because of how chaotic it is on the ground.
6 o'clock.
And it's very hard to, like, figure out just how bad it is whenever you're in a plane up this high, but, like, if you're shooting your own friendlies, what kind of chaos is happening in those streets? That shit's fucked up. There's a good target. Like, it's very similar to the nighttime mission in 7, where all the communications are completely out.
Tango 3 here, HQ. Target 16 by Route 7 destroyed by airstrikes.
Like, you get to hear people talking about they've got no idea where anything is, they rely so much on their radio communications to tell them who's who. And then once the radio goes out, it's just no one knows what's going on. And I felt like that mission drove home the point of the entire game's, like, meta-narrative of, it's like, yeah, war's shit. You don't know who you're fighting or who your enemies are, and if you don't know that, you're going to be shooting the wrong people.
Bandit closing at 6.
Like, even the music is very similar. good ass cluster bomb right there.
Pull up, pull up. How many did you shoot down?
They have to
TU-160s are inbound to New City from the northwest.
northwest.
Come back immediately.
Damn, fascists! They're gonna level the city!
Oh, that way? That's not northwest, mate. That's west.
Alright, this one's mine.
If anything, it's northwest west. But that's due west.
A single fighter has yet to be sighted, but jet noise can be heard. From the military are occasionally...
Okay, the people on the ground have no clue what's happening. Like, their news broadcast isn't even coming clearly.
thinking among them.
Let's get behind these TUs. If I can get behind the last one, I can just start gunning them from all from behind in a row. Should have brought escort fighters, mate.
Locked on.
God, they probably don't even have escort fighters left. They got Yellow Squadron already here. They have got how many squadrons here? Like, they're probably exhausted. They probably have nothing left to throw.
Don't fly in a straight line. Locked on. Fox 2, Fox 2. Mobius 1 destroyed the target.
Although the populated areas have been evacuated. Don't let your flying get sloppy. That was an ISAF tank which just passed by us. There are tanks gathering on the highway.
Mobius 1, Fox 2.
That's gonna miss. Nope. Okay. Like, people talk about games which are anti-war. This goddamn game is so anti-war, it's not even funny. Like, on the surface, it's wow, cool jet game. I get to shoot people down in these cool jets. You look into the narrative, you look into the cutscenes, you listen to what the game is telling you in its radios, and it's like, oh, this is all fucked. It's really fucked.
Missile shot trashed.
Flames can be seen even from here.
Like, in the opening narrative cutscene, the main narrator says his family was killed by a downed craft just landing randomly in his house. Like, the chance of that happening is low, but that's shit that happens. Like, stray bullets, stray missiles, things blowing up.
Locked on.
Like, even the Lighthouse War in 7, just how fucked it is, you know, people are like, oh man, the Lighthouse, it's oppressing people, and we're gonna fight for it, and it's... No, that wasn't the point entirely.
The Erusian officer in charge of censoring broadcasts has evacuated as well. Now we can shout victory is ours. Andre Wolski reporting for community broadcast.
Like, talking fucked up shit, whenever we attack Megalith, there's some random guy in there with a fucking flamethrower in a tight metal corridor place, running around with a goddamn flamethrower.
It was not only a strategic one, but a symbolic one as well. Though it is still dark outside, cheering can be heard throughout the city.
Singing. The town was free at last. During the night raids, the AA gunners had strafed the town in an attempt to shoot down low-flying aircraft. The town militia had now rounded up these gunners. They retreated as well, and now their quarters stood empty. After what seemed like a long absence, Allied aircraft soared overhead. I wondered if the fateful enemy ace, the one that Yellow 13 longed to meet, was among them. What would happen if they ever came face to face? I fell in with the routed Erusians and followed after the squadron.
And it's at that point the narrator's like motives are made more clear. It's like he could have stayed in the city. It's been liberated. It's free from oppression. I mean, who says that ISAF coming in is any better than the Erusians being there? But he chooses to go after Yellow Squadron because, you know, at this point, Yellow 13's his adoptive father. Like, even though he does resent him for everything that happened, he's still family.
Whiskey Corridor is a narrow strip of land between Lambert and Amber Mountains. The enemy has deployed a large tank force at the end of the corridor as its final line of defense. Despite being outnumbered, our allies must face this enemy contingent head-on in order to advance on the Erusian capital of Barbandi. Our projected casualty rate is extremely high. We need a miracle in air support to win this battle.
I think this is the long mission. Yeah, this is looking like a real stinker, alright. But it's followed immediately by the assault on Forbanti, and that's where shit gets real. Well, shit's already real, but it's where I get to... Like, the game's like, I wonder what happens if Mobius and Yellow 13 ever meet, and the honest answer is... I shoot X MAAs and the entire squadron dies in one shot because the game allows me to kill them. This is a close air support mission, but I remember falling into that trap last time and getting completely wrecked by I grabbed the multi-roll. Score at least 3,500 points. Oh, it's a 20-minute mission. Right, I'm gonna grab a drink and a very quick sandwich because this is the long haul. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Alright, got a sandwich. Because it's one of these long missions and I hate these.
This is primarily a ground battle, so our duty is to provide close air support. Destroy as many enemies as possible to assist our troops' forward movement. 1, engage. Tank destroyed. Hard enemy radar spike. Bombs away. SAM destroyed. Enemy facility destroyed. Enemy vehicle destroyed. Fox 2, Fox 2. Tank destroyed.
Imagine you're sitting in your tent in the front lines, and you're like trying to force more bullets into your gun. You just want some sort of respite for what's happening outside, and you just see Mobius coming towards you in a goddamn jet and just fires a missile right at your tent. That's fucked up. Because some of these targets are literally just tents. Feels like a very fuck you in particular.
Fox 2, Fox 2. Enemy vehicle destroyed.
These buggers and their harlots, though, they deserve it. Fucking artillery's a pain in the ass to deal with.
Get out of there!
Tank destroyed.
God, there's so much to destroy in this mission.
Missile hit.
Oh, really? Oh, well, I'm gonna go back for a helicopter for 60 points. Let's get those other hardened targets. Should have brought the A-10. I'd all be flying the A-10 every mission in the game, though. In case some random air squadron shows up and I can't catch them
Central line of resistance.
again.
Vector 050. 4 miles. Enemy vehicle destroyed.
Hello, A-10s. I know you can't dodge your shit. Oh wow, it missed. Okay.
Trashed.
There it is. They started referring to Mobius as Grim Reaper because, quite frankly, yeah, the guy's a monster. He's committing war crimes every day.
Tank destroyed.
He flooded this ocean full of oil, causing ecological disaster. He destroyed Stonehenge on his own. He destroyed the Aegis fleet on his own. He caused more ecological disaster by blowing up more oil facilities. He destroyed the solar grid, destroying all of the renewable energy sources for the erosions. I mean, guy be committing crimes.
Supporting fire from the enemy rear area.
Gotcha.
Tank destroyed.
Da-da.
Enemy
Missed
vehicle
one.
Destroyed. Enemy vehicle destroyed. Enemy facility
Didn't wait for the lock on.
Tank destroyed.
I really do miss the downward arcing machine guns. Because stuff like the Frogfoot had a really good downward arcing machine gun as well. It wasn't just the A10 supremacy for ground missions.
AA artillery destroyed. Mobius 1, Box 2. Tank destroyed. Enemy facility destroyed.
Like, yeah, that target's a tent. Who is in that tent that is worth just as much points as a Sam? Some random guy in there trying to hide in the conflict. Just come around. Like, you know, you see your tent, mate? Fuck you.
Box 2. Enemy facility destroyed.
Like, some random... Like, let's say it's a small barracks or something. That's still fucked up.
Sam destroyed. Tank destroyed. Mobius 1, Box 2.
Granted, though,
Artillery destroyed.
the Ace Combat series did become really aware of a lot of that when it came to Zero and the gameplay mechanic around this, because, you know, it's like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be shooting these, you know, non-essential systems of high-powered fucking weapons.
Vector 260.
Dropping napalm on some guy's tent while he's taking a shit.
Enemy vehicle destroyed.
The Howitser's 40 points. Sorry, 50 points. The tent's 40. Who's in the tent?
40.
That is worth just as much to kill in this game than one Howitzer.
Bandit confirmed at Vector 130. Mobius 1, Box 2. Enemy vehicle destroyed.
Okay, that's the big targets there, the launchers.
Enemy vehicle destroyed. Nothing but air. Heads up. Bandit confirmed at Vector 130.
Where does I read the bearings anyway? I know in Ace Combat 7 there's a way to read your bearing easily. I can never find it in old games.
140. 4 miles.
Like, granted, the bearing doesn't really mean as much whenever you've got access to a really good radar. It's not nearly as important as you're playing something like DCS, where you have no idea what's going on. You need someone to tell you what direction you're going. Yeah, in Ace Combat, there's no reason to even care about it. It's a cool thing if you want to know like how it works.
Box 2. Enemy vehicle destroyed. Tank destroyed.
Is that the? Oh, it's behind me.
The other units are annihilated.
Box 2.
Of course, it locks onto the tank far away from me when I want to shoot the one that's right next to my cursor. Perfect. Thanks, Ace Combat. As long as it takes long to go for another bombing run or anything. Although, you can't really say that. I love how there's a meme I saw a while back, and people's like people saying, "Oh man, Ace Combat's so unrealistic," and it's just the Ace Combat fans like, "Yeah, we know." Or the jets hold 400 missiles. Of course, it's unrealistic.
No, wait! Hold your fire until they surround us, then engage. Jen, watch your tail. Your tail.
God, this music's so triumphant. Granted, they did just win back Old Town.
Mobius 1, Fox 2.
And yeah, just that we know, it's like, yeah, Ace Combat's unrealistic. Yeah, we know.
Out of missiles. Tank destroyed.
Spread out. Don't give them an easy target.
Right, just in case there's anything I need missiles for, I'm going to go back to refuel before it comes back and bites me in the ass.
Fox 2. The caterpillar's damaged. We need backup.
Grado, I do remember there was a thread somewhere on like Reddit where people were ripping into Ace Combat. It's like, and yeah, sure, CJ. I don't know how long I'm gonna play for. I think I'm gonna play until I get bored, but honestly, I am past the least interesting parts of the game, so I could just play the whole thing at this point. I'm past Whiskey Corridor and past Congo Line. Like, I've got the big long points missions done, at which point it's just fun shit. I can't imagine that far off Megalith anyway. Because I think it's just Farbanti, maybe one mission, then Megalith.
Approaching point of return. Maintain current course to refuel.
Mobius 1, perform land. Mobius 1, you are cleared for.
But I did see some discourse about the game on Reddit, as I was saying, where people are like, oh, it doesn't make sense that, you know, by the time we hit nukes, they've got lasers and stuff. It's like, well, Ulysses fell, and Ulysses did have more space dust, and more space dust means more mineral research. Like, Ulysses could have anything in its actual contents, and once you start getting the fragments of Ulysses, like, there could be any mineral in there at all, like, shit we may not even have in our own composition. Which makes sense for, you know, the vast technological difference between the Ace Combat history and our own. And that makes a lot of sense until you look at Ace Combat Belkin War. It's like, no, I was like this before that point. Doesn't even matter, just, it's a bit of fun. Who cares?
Locked on.
God, he's flying so slow, but that's what makes him hard to hit. Gotcha. Let's gain some altitude. Sword running rather low here.
Don't be predictable in heading your altitude when they close in.
Let's go for those fire targets again. Because like, I'm not really aiming for S ranks or anything, so I'm just going to fly over to that clump I can see in the bottom left corner. Try and take those out.
Bandit confirmed at Vector 270. Bandit at 5 o'clock.
These points missions, they really are the most laborious, because it is just kill stuff until the timer runs out. Which honestly is just not as much fun as some of the other missions, but in some of the other missions is kill this one thing and then the mission ends. It's good to see that 5 and 0 they've found a better compromise for that sort of thing. And they nailed it for 6 and 7.
Bombs away. Tank destroyed. Enemy facility destroyed.
Enemy tanks destroyed.
Fox 2, Fox 2. Target hit.
Well, those pillboxes are kind of tanky, actually.
Enemy facility destroyed.
On right now.
think I hit that with one before. Yeah, I did. 2 missiles is unnecessary, but always better to double check.
Enemy facility destroyed. Pickle, pickle.
Got him.
Tank destroyed. Enemy vehicle destroyed.
I think I'm going with like 1 or 2 of the bullets there.
Hard enemy radar spike. Radar lock. Mobius 1 shot 1 down. Missile! Break! Break! Check 6. Enemy vehicle destroyed. Tank destroyed.
Yeah, those unguided bombs are real good if you can aim them, because of the AoE on them. The cluster bombs are far better, but you know, it's the same idea. The AoE is just different size.
Tank destroyed.
And you can theoretically shoot them from way in the air, it's just that I'm not shooting them from the air, because it's kind of easier just to follow missiles and stuff when you're this low. In 7, whenever you can see the direct AoE of your weapons, they give you a real good confirmation of where your weapons are going to land. You could just bomb stuff from like
Fox 2.
10,000 feet and not care about getting in the distance of it. It was the same in Infinity as well. Like an A10 Infinity could just bomb things from pretty much your spawn point if you did it right. It'd be nice if all of the stuff from Infinity was accessible again. Even just to play around and have a bit of fun in single player without having to worry about all of the multiplayer raids. Because the story missions were pretty damn good, but they do require an internet connection. I imagine some people may have been looking into a private server of some sort just to have a handshake authentication for just us play the damn game for a bit of fun. There's auxiliary bit. Give myself a wider berth to come around to this guy.
Get moving. Their bombing's very effective.
Mobius 1.
Nah, I think he's going to dodge that easily enough. Yep. Oh, there we go. There's no part 2.
Sky Eye here. The enemy is in retreat. Our troops are advancing. Mission complete. All aircraft RTB.
The enemy abandoned its defensive line, and the road to their capital lies open.
And we're heading for our bounty now. Yep, straight to our bounty.
The enemy GHQ is located beneath a landfill on the coast of their capital, Farmati. Bring it under control to end this war once and for all. Our troops will enter via the Silver Bridge to the southeast and the flooded city to the south. You must attack all enemy forces and support our troops. Enemy tank forces are also closing in from the north. Destroy Johnson Memorial Bridge to stop them from joining forces from the enemy GHQ.
Let's just destroy national monuments.
The enemy must be prevented from using it as their last-ditch effort.
Now this feels like a trap of a mission because it'll be like, oh yeah, you want to hit the ground targets. And it's going to spawn the yellows at the end of the mission to try and kill you, so you do not take a ground attacker mission on this mission. F-22A. Oh no, oh, that was close. I thought my game decided to kill itself on me there, but it didn't. I do like the Su-37 over the F-22A, but I think I'll take the F-22 for most of the money I've been amassing in the game. Like, I've been saving money for a reason. Like, your precision guided bomb is a very powerful spread bomb for the ground. But it also comes with a very good air-to-air option. It's just a really powerful aircraft.
The outcome of the war rests on you, so stay focused on what's at hand. Remember, survival is paramount. Good luck to you all. And Mobius 1, an end to the war would be a nice birthday gift as well. Mobius 1, engage.
Because yeah, this would be the 1 year anniversary to the start of the war, which means this war only really lasts a year. Okay, there's whole remnants of Erusia stuff that happens afterwards, but officially the war will end soon. Let's break down to the ground, dodge at missile, let's get inland towards those high value targets.
Silver Bridge, Vector 020, Tank destroyed. Tank destroyed.
Like, the closer the game gets to the point of you winning the war, the music gets a lot more triumphant. Even though you're doing fucked up shit.
Submerged municipal area, Vector 270.
Oh yeah, that's right. A lot of their city got fucked by Ulysses and it's underwater now. Nah, that's in this.
Missile shot trashed.
Like, Farbanti was really fucked up by the Ulysses disaster. Like, maybe they were forced into this war by how bad their economic situation was because of Ulysses. Because, like, look at this. This is a major section of their city. It's gonna be hard to get in that submarine. Yeah, no, fuck his... If this was 5 or 0, I could navigate in there no problem, but the controls in this game are a little bit more stiff. Like, the aircrafts just don't handle as well. Like, the F-22A just feels like it overhandles. Everything else it feels like it underhandles. Like that. That was my own fault, though.
The outcome of the war rests on you, so stay focused on what's at hand. Remember, survival is paramount. Good luck to you all. And Mobius 1, an end to the war would be a nice birthday gift as well. Mobius 1, engage. Silver Bridge, Vector 020, 4 miles.
Okay, let's get that bridge. That's apparently like one of our main objectives. Let's get that bridge.
Bandit confirmed at Vector 180.
Let's fuck up those national monuments.
Tank destroyed.
Yeah, that was my own fault as well. thinking I could do some cool shit. I should not try and... If I go do that, I should not do it at that speed.
The outcome of the war rests on you, so stay focused on what's at hand. Remember, survival is paramount. Good luck to you all, and Mobius 1. An end to the war would be a nice birthday gift as well. Mobius 1, engage. Landing confirmed at Vector 180. AA guns destroyed. Box 2. Enemy vehicle destroyed. Tank destroyed. Tank 9, man through. Took damage. Enemy vehicle destroyed. Tank destroyed. Fox 2, Fox 2. Tank destroyed. We lost contact with Bravo 5. Missile hit. We've taken heavy losses from the battleship fire. Hang in there. Don't give up. Fox 2, Fox 2. Enemy battleship sunk. Don't give up yet. Ready to next now.
Okay, that's not exactly halfway points-wise, but it's a good chunk there.
Johnson Memorial Bridge in Vector 290. On the nose.
Combat engineers, destroy that bridge before reinforcements arrive.
Johnson Memorial Bridge destroyed. They're cut off now.
Can't believe you destroyed a memorial bridge. Shit's fucked, Joe.
Submerged municipal area in Vector 230. On the nose. Tank destroyed.
What are the subs even doing out there? They're probably firing long-range missiles into the conflict.
Enemy resistance is tougher than we expected. Mobius 1 isn't the only one up there.
AA guns destroyed.
Damn it, ran out of my tail. Right behind you. Hands up.
Enemy submarine sunk.
Got him.
Missile shot trashed. Tank destroyed.
I'm most of the way points-wise now, finishing the mission. It's just survival and not doing anything stupid like flying into a building or anything, or the floor.
We've got bandits on radar.
Tank destroyed. Nothing but air.
No one would ever fly into a building in this game.
Keep an eye on your front and flanks and let the aircrews do their job.
Tank destroyed. That's a kill. Enemy vehicle destroyed.
That's a SAM site. Oh, it's a mobile SAM site. Fuck you, buddy.
Destroyed.
I'll go in from 12 o'clock.
Tank destroyed. Tank destroyed.
I'm running out of targets. Hey, welcome back, CJ.
Fox 2, Fox 2.
You're in time to see all of Yellow Squadron is going to get killed by one round of XMAAs. In typical fashion of, they're here, they're dangerous, boom, they're dead. It's the same for the 8492nd Squadron in 5, where it's like, oh man, they're here and they're gonna kill us, boom, they're dead. Even on Ace mode, you could still do the same shit.
Enemy vehicle destroyed. Enemy vehicle destroyed. Tank destroyed. Bandit behind you. Hard enemy radar spike.
I got him in my sights. Fox 2.
Heads up. Enemy radar spike. Radar lock.
Nice kill.
Hard enemy radar spike.
Fox 2. Tell Dan Morbius what take all the glory. Bag a couple of kills too.
Tank destroyed. Mobius 1, Fox 2. Enemy vehicle destroyed.
Are they spawning more stuff on the map as I'm running out of stuff to kill? It looks like it.
I can't lose him.
Enemy vehicle destroyed.
They totally are spawning more stuff here and there.
I'll take this one. Tank destroyed.
Yeah, I'm flying the F-22 because it's overpowered as hell in this game. Nothing even comes close. Like the SU-37 comes close, but not nearly as powerful as this goddamn thing.
Missile hit.
Fuck, a fire missile there. Oh, come on, man. Just die already.
Hostiles confirmed.
Thanks, friendly. Took my kill.
Fox 2.
Like, it's on the cover, you better believe it's gonna be good. I'm gonna refuel missiles and stuff before they show up. Just so whenever I hit them with everything, they get hit really bad. Then I can't run out of things to shoot.
Tango 4 here. Landed south of the landfill. Moving on to securing the headquarters. Bravo 13 here. Enemy positions on Silver Bridge secured. Moving on to securing enemy HQ.
Approaching point of return. Maintain current course to refuel.
Oh, some more enemies spawned right next to me. Cool, I'll kill them as I take off.
Mobius 1, you are cleared.
But they're right outside the zone, so I can't even... I gotta wait for them to come out. Cowards come from my own defensive line, so I can't cross and shoot them. Clever girls. Oh, they're in the sun as well.
Approaching point of return. Maintain current course to refuel. Mobius 1, Fox 1.
Player abusing game mechanics? Yes. AI abusing them? No.
Bandit confirmed at Vector 170.
Enemy leaders are using choppers to escape from the HQ.
Pursue the chopper.
It's gonna be these bunch of choppers down here. V22. What's a V22? Apart from dead.
Nice kill. That's a kill.
It's like, hey, our political leaders and military leaders are escaping via helicopter. Cool. They're in helicopters. They're flying death machines. They are coffins in the sky in this game series. If you have something important or someone important, do not put it in a helicopter. It will die.
Locked on. Mobius 1, 5 aircraft are closing in at high speed. It's the Yellow Squadron. Looks like they've come to make a last stand for Aruja. Let's settle this once and for all. Leave the choppers to the others. You can end this war.
Oh no, it's the most feared aces in all of Aruja. Shame.
Approaching contact point. Stay alert.
On to...
1 o'clock.
I'm not...
Fine, get sloppy. Damn, they're pesky.
All right, Mobius 1.
Oh.
Mobius 1 hit.
Mobius 1, incoming missile! Missile!
Hard enemy radar spike.
Missile! Break! Break!
Fox 1. Mobius 1 hit.
You fuckers are actually doing damage to me.
Right, Mobius 1. Missile warning. Hard enemy radar spike.
That one on my tail is the one that needs to die first.
Mobius 1, missile. Missile. Target down.
Got his tail.
Hard enemy radar spike.
Missile! Break! Break!
Just make sure I don't get hit by another missile. If I do, I'm dead.
Fox 2.
Alright, Yellow 13. You're fucking done. Nah.
He's all mine. Bandit at 6 o'clock. Shave off.
Fox 2, Fox 2. That's a kill. Great job. There are no aircraft remaining.
Sorry, 13. Got fucking gut.
Tango 8 here. We're in control of the Erosion headquarters.
Mobius 1 shot down the 5 aircraft that appeared. Air superiority is ours. You made it through alive, Mobius 1.
I legit do feel sorry for Yellow 13 for all the shit that happens in this game, and that's kind of the point.
Our victory came at an extremely high cost in casualties.
Got an S rank though. Which means more money.
Yellow 13's body vanished into the blue skies, never to return to Earth. Only a single handkerchief fluttered down from the sky where he disappeared. The faint scent of perfume. The barkeep's daughter and I had followed the squadron this far. Each of us had our own thoughts as we buried that handkerchief. It no longer mattered to me whether that was 13 or 4's grave. Their memories blurred together as one, and left the realm of reality like a dream. The terms of surrender were accepted that day, and the war was over.
Now it's time for the Death Star run.
A group of young Erusian officers have taken over Megalith, the superweapon that was under development. Megalith is a rocket launch facility that can shoot down asteroid fragments in orbit. The only way to destroy this highly dangerous and fortified facility is to hit it from the inside. Follow the missile port grooves to find the 3 generators deep within the facility. Destroy the generators to access the central heat vent. Once inside, destroy the giant missile in the central silo. An infiltration unit will secure your escape route. Their plan calls for waiting until the generators are offline, and then taking over the sub-control room once the blackout hits. Enter this rat's nest with full confidence that the unit will get you out again. It's highly likely that this will be your final mission. Remember, we need heroes after the war too. Make it back in one piece. Dismissed.
It's time for the fucking chorus to hit. Oh, should have let the briefing, well, the hangar thing play where they're all talking about winning the war. I forgot that was a thing. I just mashed start on for it. God, they introduced the final level so well. Like they do call back to the first opening cutscene. They do the whole poem opening thing. They pull every little trick they were doing the rest of the game, and then they hit you the fucking with the music. It's like, yep. It's electronic clock.
Reload the position until
Oh, that's fast. That's fast. It's fast. Slow down. Slow down.
Here they come. Don't let the enemy get through panel K. Altman, use your hand grenades. Damn it. Got a flamethrower. Shoot, shoot. Over by the stairs.
Yeah, there's some fucking mad lad in there with a flamethrower. Talk about war crimes.
Pull back, pull back. Leave him, he's dead.
Where's the opening? There it is.
I'll evade it somehow. He's shooting! They've got us trapped! The enemy's at panel B! A path of retreat's been cut off! We're trapped!
I should have fought the remnants of Yellow Squadron, even though it is just a squadron that got branded with the name with none of the actual attributes of it, just for the sake of, like, we need morale, we need something. I should pull back and...
We'll be annihilated soon! Have they blown up that generator yet?
Getting hit by the torque. It's pulling me to the left.
Box 2.
Let's go!
Right, the panel's open. Break through. Break through. Get the sub-control room under control. The exhaust vents are open. Hurry up. The planes are plunging in any minute now. We'll get those panels open. Don't let those pilots die.
Pilot. Don't you fucking take off. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Let's put an end to this goddamn war. I think it's this one I need to go through. No, it's over here in the middle. Mate, you're not going to be able to follow me with that missile when I get in here. Hero, war criminal, I mean, it's all the same. Heroes who commit
The
war
once familiar
crimes.
scent of burning jet fuel has long since faded away. What was once Yellow Squadron's runway is now just a local highway again. I write this letter to you now. I know it must have brought him unexpected joy to have an opponent like you at the end of that meaningless war. At least that's what I want to believe. Only you, the pilot who shot him down, can confirm this. And so, I write to you.
What a good narrative little framing thing, just to contextualize why the cutscenes were happening. God, this game is 20 years old. I feel old because of that. I still remember the PS2 demo disc that came out, and I played the first level in that demo so much. I think my interest in aviation came completely from that demo, and then it was only like about 10 years ago I actually managed to get a copy of the game, play it, and go, wow, it's just as good as I remember. It's really good. And then you play 5, it's like, wow, the controls are better, the aircraft reacts. Then you get caught up to 7, it's like, gameplay is fucking great. Yeah, Skies of Deception, I ended up playing that, I played Skies of Deception expecting nothing, and I got a hell of a good game. It's the point where the carrier flips upside down to shoot the aircraft laser upwards. I was fucking laughing as that happened. Because all the radio chatter of all the men like falling over, and the guy's like, I'm just, doesn't matter what happens to us, I'm gonna fire one good shot at that whole aircraft. It's either him or else we're gonna take him of us. All those music composers, they're the ones who deserve the medals for this game. And the flying jellyfish of the Fenrir is just a nightmare to fight, and that's good. Like, Ace Combat 3 was a pretty good game, but then whenever they hit this, like, they really found something that worked a lot for them, and it garnered international release as well, because, you know, everyone thought this game was really, really fun. And Okubo, yeah, fucking, what a fucking guy. There he is, Hiroshi Okubo. What a fucking great composer. Like, I don't think the series would be anywhere near as good as it is if the music was not as good as it is. Because I was saying, the gameplay is kind of mundane at times, but the music carries it, and then you get all the radio chatter, and it just makes this fantastic soundscape of everything happening. And then you hit Ace Combat 7, and then you get, like, you know, the sounds the enemy unknown craft make when they fly past you. Pete Boomer Bonami. Like, the fact that the music is tied to specific events in 7 as well just really sells it. Like, the Daredevil moment is sick. It is so good. But yeah, as folks can imagine, as soon as these credits are done, I'm probably going to be calling it here. But I would recommend that people check out a friend of mine who's doing a stream. I think he's doing more Pokemon today. It's That Guy Called Bob. I'll get a link to his stuff in a minute. Since, you know, his stuff's always fun. And his knowledge of Pokemon is hella good. But I'd like to see it. Yeah, sure, I'll see it. That was also hard mode as well, so I wasn't playing normal. Unfortunately, I couldn't go straight into Ace, but you know. Oh yeah, trial mission mode. I forgot that was a thing. And then special New Game Plus, which is cool. Yeah, let me get the link to Bob's channel. I think there's a way. I don't think he's streaming just yet, but he will do on the or else I'd use the raid command. Yeah, Bob's still doing a Nuzlocke. But yeah, I'm gonna use the raid command, just point people in his direction whenever he's on. So, see you folks.